sooner and deliver phase 2 much more efficiently.
To be able to basically close and shut an entire concourse and terminal complex and start all
Welcome to the Salt Lake City Planning Commission meeting for May 11th, 2022. I understand we have a full room, and I understand people are in the overflow room, mostly for agenda item number 1. If you wish to speak on that item, you can fill out a card in the hallway, and there is staff in the hallway that will be collecting them, and they can give them to pass them up to us. And I'll give further instructions when we get to the public hearing portion of that agenda item. So we have, if you'll notice, we'll start off with the report of the chair. You'll notice that we did not have the minutes in the in our Dropbox because Aubrey is on vacation, so we will not be voting on those tonight. We'll tackle hopefully both of them next meeting. Anything from the Vice Chair?
Nothing to report. Thank you.
John, report from the Director? Oh, Michaela.
We're still working on a microphone, but I just had one announcement for the public who parked below the library. For everyone out in the audience who parked below the library, I think it's free for about an hour, but tonight, if you need to leave the parking area, just hit the help button and say that you were at Planning Commission, and they will let you out so that you have no issues leaving the parking garage tonight.
Okay, thank you,
Please
Michaela.
hit the help button and say you were at Planning Commission. Those are the two important pieces that I wanted to announce tonight.
Okay.
I also wanted to announce for the Planning Commission that next month we plan on putting an item on the agenda or under the director's report to talk about petition initiation and your role, how priorities are set, what major citywide priorities we have in the hopper, where they are right now, just an informational session for you all.
Can
Yes.
you make that less than the 30 minutes so some commissioners can have a question time to ask questions about certain things?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. That's the purpose of it
Okay.
as well, too.
So sometimes
So
the
we can just
informational
put it on the agenda, yeah.
yeah, sometimes the information can take us the whole 30 minutes, but I know we have some people that will have questions
Wonderful.
as we work to educate ourselves and have an exchange of ideas. So thanks, Michaela. That was a quick turnaround when I brought that up Monday, so thank you.
You got it. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will turn to our public hearings, and our first agenda item is the Affordable Housing Incentive. This is case number PLN PCM 2019-00658, and tonight the planner on this is Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. This item is for affordable housing.
Sarah, I can't really hear you. You need to really talk in that microphone.
Thank you. This item is for affordable housing incentives. Tonight, I'd like to give a brief presentation on the proposed incentives, answer questions from the Commission, and then have the Commission open the public hearing. And staff anticipates that the Commission will hold at least 2 hearings on the proposal and will not make a recommendation to the City Council this evening. So the request is for a number of changes to the city's zoning ordinance that are to facilitate the development of additional housing units, particularly affordable housing units. There are brief summaries of each incentive type on the slide. I'll discuss each of these briefly during my presentation. So the Planning Division began working on this proposal to encourage affordable housing in 2019. It was part of the implementation of Growing SLC, which was the housing plan that was adopted in 2017. The plan identified a growing housing crisis in the city that has only increased since the plan was adopted and has accelerated over the past 2 years. From the start, the intent of the proposal was to reduce barriers and incentivize the construction of affordable housing units. And that's rather than require them through inclusionary housing, rent control, or other means. Planning staff's opinion is that a greater number of units are constructed with overall lower prices through incentivizing rather than requiring units. One thing that I think is important to acknowledge is that this project is to modify zoning requirements. And this is what is under the purview of the Planning Division. We know and we understand that there are issues and concerns that zoning can't address, like job wages or home prices. And then outside of these proposed amendments, the types of units constructed and the rents that are charged for them. The project began as an overlay that was to be added to the city's zoning ordinance. Overlay districts are mapped over existing zoning districts and provide additional regulations beyond those in the underlying zoning. Some examples are the historic preservation overlay and the airport flight path protection overlay. As the regulations developed, we realized that it wouldn't be mapped like a traditional overlay district. These needed to be in a separate section of the code, and they could be applied as the developer or applicant chose to use an incentive. And as far as changing what is allowed in different neighborhoods, there are a number of zoning districts where the incentives permit housing types that are not otherwise permitted. And in many cases, these types of houses were previously permitted in these areas, and the zoning has become more restrictive over time. As far as ADUs are frequently referred to when identifying potential affordable housing options. As you know, these are already permitted on a single-family properties where two-family or multifamily dwellings are permitted, or per state law as attached or internal units. And they're also a conditional use in single-family zones, and you've already started the process to remove the conditional use process for these. And so planning staff didn't see a need to incentivize these as an affordable housing type through the zoning ordinance. As far as process, I wanted to highlight the public process that we've gone through for this proposal. Our first survey to the community was in late 2019, early 2020, and we had a very high level of response with over 2,000 people completing the survey. We heard from residents that there was a need for affordable housing and more housing types in neighborhoods, especially when near transit or when greater residential density is allowed. In 2020, we developed specific proposals for affordable housing. We presented them to the community in a story map with an accompanying survey, and we also held a Facebook Live event to discuss these. The survey results from this showed that 2/3 or more of the respondents supported two-family homes, townhouses, and cottages in single-family districts when they were near transit or arterial roads. Through the rest of 2020 and 2021, we developed an internal draft that was discussed among planning staff and others in the city, and we released a public draft earlier this year and posted on the project webpage. We held a Facebook Live event in February, and then in-person and online events throughout April. In addition, the council office sent a mailer to residents and property owners in the city to make them aware of this proposal and other housing-related zoning amendments. So this is an overview of the next slides where I'll discuss the different aspects of the proposal and then the key considerations that were included in the staff report and the next steps. So the first that I want to discuss are incentives for zoning districts that permit mixed use on multifamily structures. These are primarily allowing additional building height and then allowing for administrative design review. I want to go ahead and give a couple examples. So in the community commercial zoning district, right now 30 feet in building height is permitted, and then 45 feet is permitted with design review and requires some additional landscaping. And with their proposed incentives, they would permit 45 feet with administrative design review, and then the additional landscaping would not be required. It would not change the applicable design review standards, but it would simplify the process. Similarly, in the D2 zone, 120 feet is permitted, and then anything over 65 feet would require design review and would allow for an additional story than otherwise permitted and administrative design review. So it also requires 20% of the units to be affordable at 80% AMI unless they're larger units. Then 10% would need to be affordable. And then it would also make it so that only 10% of the units would need to be affordable if they were affordable at 60% AMI. The AMI, or the area median income, is the midpoint of the Salt Lake metro area's income distribution. So half the people make more and half the people make less. 80% of the median income is considered low income, and then 50% is very low income, and so forth. The AMI would change annually based on numbers that are determined by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. As far as plan developments, the proposal would waive the plan development requirement for 1, developments in the gateway mixed use and community shopping districts, which require plan developments for projects, and 2, for buildings or lots that do not have street frontage. This would require that 20% of the units would be affordable to those with incomes at or below 80% AMI. There is an addition or modification to the transit station area zoning districts. And in these, the proposal removes the existing provision that allows for an extra story if the proposal meets the points requirement for administrative review. It would allow this additional height only if affordable units are provided. So this would be 2 stories in the core area, which is greater than what is currently allowed, and then 1 story in the transition area, which is what is currently permitted. This incentive would require the same percentage in AMI for the incentives as is required for the additional height and administrative design review. As far as additional building types, the proposal would allow for row houses, sideways row houses, and cottage developments in the community business, community commercial, general commercial, and institutional zoning districts. These commercial districts permit multifamily, including townhouses that are platted as condo units, but they don't permit single-family attached units like row houses and sideways row houses. So this would allow these when affordable units are provided. It can be easier to obtain financing for townhouses or row houses that are platted as individual lots rather than those that are in a condo development. And so this may enable more ownership units. The institutional district does not permit these types of uses, and so it would allow for row houses, sideways row houses, and cottage developments when affordable units are provided. And planning staff may consider a future amendment that would permit multifamily housing by right in the zoning district. For the city's residential multifamily or RMF zoning districts, these permit multifamily housing. However, they have minimum density requirements that often make it difficult to construct multifamily units. And so the proposal would remove the density limits when affordable housing was constructed that met the requirements on the slide. And there are separate provisions for sale units and for renter occupied units. There would be a lower AMI and a lower percentage of units that must be affordable for rental units, and then a higher AMI and a higher percentage of units for sale occupied units. For single and 2 family zoning districts, there are some incentives. The proposal would apply in the R1, R2, FR, and SR districts that have single and 2 family zones. It would apply in areas that are within a quarter mile of high-frequency transit stops. This would include rail and bus service. The map that has been prepared was made based on routes at the start of the project, and this included the initial funding or future routes. However, it doesn't reflect service and route changes that occurred due to COVID, and so UTA has adjusted routes to reflect changes in commuting patterns and habits. And so this highlights one issue with the proposal and basing it on non-fixed route transit. UTA can be responsive to changes, but then it can also be difficult to implement zoning based on these routes. As far as the additional housing types that are proposed for these zoning districts, it includes duplex, triplex, fourplex, and then row houses or sideways row houses in groups of 3 or 4. And then the image on the slide is of a sideways row house. It would also allow for cottage developments. There is a change from the initial public draft that allowed for some reduction in setbacks or yards. They would be required to meet the setbacks identified with the draft amendments that were included in the staff report. And so generally, these setbacks and yards for duplexes would be the same as the underlying zoning district. And then they would be 6 or 10 feet for row houses, and then 10 feet for the other types like the triplexes or fourplexes. I do want to clarify that the proposal does not allow for an increase in height from what is permitted in these zoning districts. For example, in the R1 zoning districts, the building height is generally limited to 28 feet to the ridge of the roof, or the average of the other principal buildings on the block face, or 20 feet for a flat roof, and this would not be modified. And as far as how this could look, is the image on the graphic is a 2-story, 20-foot tall flat roof. And so that 28 feet generally allows for a 2.5-story gable roof building, or like this one in the image, the 2-story flat roof building. The building coverage could not be greater than what is permitted in that zoning district unless the average of the block face is greater, and then it could be the same as what is on that block face. In addition, the minimum lot width wouldn't apply, which could enable development of some difficult to develop properties. So now I wanted to briefly outline the chapter layout. There would be a new chapter 52 for incentives. The first few sections are introductory, and they could apply to other incentives that would be added. Currently, the affordable housing incentives are the only incentives. And then this section is divided into subsections with provisions for each of the areas that I just outlined. The draft language in the staff report packet also includes changes to other areas of the zoning ordinance that would reflect the affordable housing incentives, add several definitions, and then permits affordable housing developments that meet the requirements in zoning districts where these housing types are not otherwise permitted. There were 4 key considerations in the staff report. The first is that the proposal is consistent with Plan Salt Lake and growing SLC. The second is that an incentive-based approach is consistent with growing SLC, the state law, and has been used in other cities. And third, the report highlights some issues that have been raised during the outreach process. Some of these I've already mentioned during the presentation, and I want to clarify a few others. One additional one is that the requirements of overlay districts, like the historic preservation overlay and its related standards and guidelines, would still apply. The overlay applies to local historic districts. Properties that are located within a national register district but are not locally designated are not subject to the same regulations. It would be difficult to demolish a contributing property in a local historic district. However, contributing properties may be able to be modified to add units, but they would need to comply with the standards and guidelines. And then, depending on the scope of these modifications, review by the Historic Landmark Commission may be required. The final key consideration identifies the changes that have been made since the public draft in late January. Generally, these are provisions to clarify language. For example, it identifies that existing structures can be converted. It also clarifies the density requirement for the single and 2-family zoning districts. And then there are the others that I've already identified. Another additional consideration that the Commission may want to consider is that you may not want to restrict the expansion of the additional housing types in the single and 2-family zones to those near high-frequency transit. This does limit the areas where these may be constructed. And as I mentioned before, it's subject to the changing routes, especially those bus routes, which has happened recently, particularly with the pandemic and changing commuting routes and habits. As far as next steps, we do expect at least 2 Planning Commission hearings and have public comment and discussion tonight with an additional meeting with any requested revisions. And then following the Planning Commission recommendation, the proposal will be transmitted to the City Council, where it be scheduled for a briefing and additional hearing. Are there questions for staff at this point?
Commissioners? Go ahead, Brenda.
Thank you for that very thorough report and for all the work you've put into this. We all know that affordable housing is an extremely important issue. And so one of the questions I had is really kind of technical, which is we have an ordinance that says that you can put an ADU on your property if you live in the house. If I can make a 2-family house out of my house under this law, then I don't have to live in it anymore.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
If you would convert your house to a duplex, there would not be the same owner-occupant requirement.
And I can still make a duplex by building a garage apartment as a separate building.
An ADU would still be considered an ADU.
Well, an ADU is a definition that includes both garage apartments and internal units. So,
sure.
So I'm asking you, if I decide that I want to build an affordable housing unit in my backyard, separate building, then and not live in my house anymore, I can do that.
I believe that if you wanted to construct an internal ADU, your house could be considered a duplex, and then you would not necessarily be required to live in your house.
But wouldn't it be a cottage home?
The cottage houses are generally grouped in or.
Yeah, but
I don't
I'm
have
looking at the definitions, not what the preconception is here.
Okay,
So if it's a separate building, but it's still part of a grouping, and, you know, it's got a courtyard, which is my backyard. So is it allowed for me then to build even a couple of cottage homes in my backyard and not live in my house anymore?
I'm not, it doesn't seem to me that the construction of those homes in your backyard may necessarily meet the cottage home definition. But that is something that we've kind of discussed internally, and we do need to probably convey clearly as to how that could work moving forward.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Brenda, that would be something you might want to bring up for potential revisions for the next thing, or clarification. Yeah. That's nebulous to you, and that, yes, that's something I think is exactly what we should be identifying, and then we can direct staff to go back and look at that and clarify it a little bit better, and perhaps revise. So I'm going to try to keep a list of those, but if you also, so in case I don't get it quite right. Any other questions from commissioners? Go ahead, Andra.
Thanks so much for all the work on this, Sarah. I know it's a ton of work to put something like this together. I have a few kind of comments and concerns. I mean, this is definitely better than nothing. It's really timid, I think, given he's seen, more than 35% growth in house prices in the last 2 years and more than 20% growth in rents. And what would have been appropriate in 2019, I think might not be adequate. And so I guess a few suggestions. I think the R1, R2 upzone, I would love to see that unconditional, even if they're not affordable. We know the biggest thing we need to increase affordability is just supply. We all know what happened in the auto market last year. We had problems in the used car market.
Commissioner, sorry, I hate to interrupt you, but they can't hear you in the overflow room, so if you wouldn't mind.
Sorry. We all know what happened with the used car market, right? We didn't have enough production of new cars, and so the price of used cars go up. Housing works the exact same way. We can get affordability in the used housing market if we put more overall supply in the market. So I'd really like to see considering, upzoning overall in the R2. And the other thing I'm really concerned about is the complexity of the zoning, because I know this deters a lot of developers, especially ones from out of state, that might actually be able to produce at a lower cost. The historic preservation overlay in particular, I think there's a lot of problems with affordability with that. First of all, we're basically telling a set of residents that you don't have to put affordable housing in. Everybody else does, but if you somehow successfully got a historic preservation overlay, you're exempt from this. I think there's an equity issue with that. And again, I think it just adds complexity, so I'd like us to consider repealing whatever allows these historic preservation overlays.
I have a question about that. Does that, about this, I don't think you're saying that, that projects in named historic districts would be exempt from the ability to do this. They would just have to go through the Landmarks Commission.
Correct.
Okay, so they still could do it. They would
Correct.
just have to make a cutesy little thing instead of,
That's
something more
one,
modern.
one way of characterizing it. I think that there could be some different options that could be used in historic districts. There are, there may be some historic districts that still have some vacant lots. There are some non-contributing properties or some out-of-period buildings, and those aren't subject to the same standards and guidelines as contributing properties. Yeah. And so there's still some options for those. And then for contributing properties, there would still be the potential if they wanted to modify them to add additional units, they could do that as well.
Right, but contributing properties are very difficult to tear down, as we know.
Correct.
Yeah, and these historic overlays and historic districts don't come to us. They go to the Historic Landmarks Commission, and this is for the edification of the public in attendance. So those are kind of outside of our purview, but I recognize Andra's point. Any other questions for Sarah? Adrian.
I have a question. So most of these would be enforced through deed restrictions. Have
Correct.
you all looked at mechanically and operationally and functionally how that will happen long term?
We've looked at that somewhat preliminarily at this point and have looked at some examples of how those work in other communities. What we wanted to do was to kind of get some direction from the commission on the incentives, kind of make some changes that you wanted to see, and then put together some additional details on how those deed restrictions would work.
So you want feedback from us on,
Not necessarily on the deed restrictions themselves, but feedback on the proposed zoning amendments and what would be included in them first before we put together all of the mechanics
Okay.
behind those deed restrictions.
because I would say administering those, that if, this really takes off, that is a huge administrative burden for the city. And it's an administrative burden for the landowner, and if you've got for sale deed restrictions, you've got a whole different set of issues.
Sure.
So if that's our mechanism for ensuring affordability, I think we really need to think through how that will be administered, because that's going to be key to its success or failure.
Sarah has, in your review and with other communities that do this, do they have other mechanisms that they employ beyond deed restrictions?
There are, so many of them do have deed restrictions. A number of projects are subject to other federal programs that have monitoring as part of those projects. And so we wouldn't necessarily want to duplicate beyond what is already required for others. And so we would look at those examples as well.
Okay.
I have one other clarification that I want to ask, which is when you say affordable to the 80% AMI, do you also mean that would be required that a person like that live in that unit? Just
Correct.
because it's being offered at a lower price does it mean that you have to that somebody living in it has to be in that income area group?
Yes, that's what would be required. So for example, if it was one of the areas where half of the units would need to be affordable to that AMI, it would need to, like if there were, let's say, 4 units, 2 of them would need to be affordable to people at 80% AMI or below, and then 2 of them could be market rate units.
Yeah, but when you say affordable, you're not saying, that's not the same as
Sure.
saying,
Sure.
people with incomes less than 50% are living there.
Sure,
So
I understand.
That is not clear, I think,
Okay.
in some of these documents. In fact, there's one part of it where it's like, basically goes against that. I mean, it's sort of like, I can look it up for you, but
Okay.
it doesn't, I think that's not clear, that in all of the cases, you have to not just make them affordable to, in other words, not just offer them at $600 a month rent, but you actually have to rent it to somebody who needs that kind of rent.
And that would be something that would be included in part of the deed restriction, as far as how they would need to kind of select the tenants or the owners who would live in the property. And so there would be other areas where that would come into effect, and that would be monitored.
I'm not sure it's actually in the law, that the ordinance you've provided.
And then we also will have some provisions for enforcement if the units are not occupied by those those income classifications that we've identified.
We already have a source of affordable housing in Salt Lake City that is being underused, which is the ADUs that are currently being rented in Airbnb and short-term rentals, which I'm sure most of you are aware is not legal. Unfortunately, we have very limited methods of enforcement of that. At one point, I counted over 1,500 housing units that were being offered. And I can count them, the city can't, but I can count the number of units being offered on Airbnb and VRBO. Whole units, not a room in somebody's house. If we can't enforce that, how are we going to enforce this?
Hey, I'm sorry, please. I haven't made this known yet, but we have rules of decorum at the Planning Commission, and we do not allow clapping, booing, jeering. So please be excited inside.
I'm not too knowledgeable about those regulations, but there is a state law, as I think you were alluding to, that kind of limits what cities can do as far as enforcing those. This is separate from that, and the city would have the ability to enforce them based on the requirements that we would have in our deed restriction.
But related, I mean, what is the cost of the administrative burden of enforcing this overall? I guess, you know, this city seems very resistant to raising property taxes, and if we kind of have to hire a whole lot more staff to enforce this, I guess that would be potential. Do you have an estimate of the cost of enforcing it? Again, if you do unconditional upzoning, you don't have an administrative cost.
Sure, and at this point, it depends on the number of people that choose to utilize the incentives. So it's one of those things that's hard to calculate in advance, but we are aware that there could be an administrative cost to it, and it could be significant, especially if there are a number of units. And that's something to weigh as the Planning Commission and for the City Council to consider in their review of these amendments.
Any other questions from commissioners? Go ahead, Rick.
Are there any studies or projections that from other cities that indicate how much these incentives may increase the availability of affordable housing? Is there a percentage increase that you would expect to see over a 5-year period and a 10-year period?
Sure, I understand. I think that there are some other cities that have implemented overlays or similar proposals, but those cities aren't necessarily similar to Salt Lake, and the incentives aren't quite the same, so it's somewhat difficult to say this is the number of units that could be created, or this is how this will, this is what we expect from this.
Okay, we have no other further questions at this moment for you, Sarah. So we will move forward. I'm going to open the public comment period, and I'll give you all, including the overflow room, instructions on how this will go. I'm assuming this is most of your first time participating, so I hope to give you enough information so that you're not surprised at how this works. This is a public comment period, and you will have 2 minutes. Because there are so many of you, I will be cutting you off at 2 minutes so that we can keep things moving forward. This is the standard employed with the City Council, so we utilize that as well. Yeah, it's the same one. Maureen, the vice chair, will be employing baseball terminology. So if you're familiar with that, we have who's up, who's on deck, and who's in the hole. These cards are a mixture of who's across the hall and here. So if you hear your name and you're on deck or in the hole, start heading over here. Public comments will be happening at this lectern. You are asked to state your name before you start your public comments, so we have those for the official record. And we'll keep moving this forward. Maureen will call those names. And it's been my experience, sometimes handwriting is tough, so we'll do our best with pronunciation. As I said before, we have rules of decorum, and we work very hard to make sure that everybody gets the chance to participate and give their comments regardless of what side you come down on a particular issue. And so we don't want people to feel intimidated. We want them to know that their voice is equally important. So there is no clapping, no jeering. Just keep it inside and do your best that way. Otherwise, I'll make sure that we clear the room so that if we have to. This is, again, public comment period. This is not a back and forth Q&A. You are certainly free to ask questions. During your time, I will endeavor to be writing them down. Once I close the public comment period, I will then pose them to Sarah so they can be answered, but we don't stop in the middle to do a back and forth Q&A. But I want you to know that you are free to ask questions that are on your mind, and I will be writing them down. And I think we're going to start, the other little caveat here is that we will begin with anyone who is here or across the hall who is officially representing a community council, which is a recognized organization, and they will come up first, and then we will move on to calling names. So, yeah, I If you would state your name for the record into the microphone and the community council you're representing, and then you will have up to 5 minutes as an organization.
Janet Hemming, Chair of the Elcrest Neighborhood Council. The Elcrest Neighborhood Council supports affordable housing, but it opposes the proposed affordable housing overlay. This plan was conceived during a pandemic when most were preoccupied with mere survival. 1% of the city's population responded to surveys. That is not a mandate, but regrettably they became the basis for justifying public opinion. The city held open houses, 5 people attended, and spoke at other forums, but this plan has not been properly vetted, nor has the vast majority of the public that will be impacted been properly informed. More time is needed. There are so many unanswered questions about enforcement, developer tax breaks and incentives, and the most important question of all, will this really make a difference? When asked, planning officials didn't know. I asked planning officials to give examples of other cities where this type of plan has succeeded. They suggested 3, Los Angeles, Austin, and Cambridge, but none came close to the similarities of Salt Lake's plan by any measurement. Population, landmass, or housing demographics. Even if the assumption was that Salt Lake's plan was inspired by these models, one wonders what the inspiration was, because none, I repeat, none, proposed that developers go into established single-family neighborhoods, demolish established single-family homes, and replace them with high-density housing, which is in the Salt Lake plan. Lastly, and sadly, I asked planning officials, what value do established intact neighborhoods provide to the city of Salt Lake, and what factors make them special, in your opinion? Their answer? This is a subjective question, and the answer probably varies depending on who is asked. I was asking them, the top planning officials in our city, not a million other people, and they had no answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And there we go, Judy.
Hi, I'm Judy Short. I'm the Land Use Chair for the Sugar House Community Council. I'm pleased that this is going to be tabled because it's not ready for prime time. We understand there's a severe housing shortage, but before you think this is the way to go, read about similar proposals in other cities and how they've turned out. Lots of groups will tell you it works, and lots of neighborhoods will tell you it doesn't. So pay attention. Do the math. Pretend you make $7.50 an hour. Multiply that by 2,088, which is the number of hours you would work if you worked 40 hours in a year, 40 hours a week for a year. And then play with those numbers. See where you come out. Somebody making $7.50 would have $15,660 to spend in a year. And if you take 30% of that for their income, that gives them $400 a month for rent and utilities. So I really think we have 2 problems. Housing is too expensive and wages are too cheap. I think this is going to miss a whole cadre of our population that is not even thinking about. In this town, we already have no enforcement. We can identify projects built with over-the-counter permissions because they look terrible. What makes you think now, just because we have these affordable units, everything will be okay? That's the enforcement Andrea was talking about. Have you looked on your own street to see how much parking is available? Before all these units get built, there's very little parking. I have 5 houses on my block that have no driveway. There is no parking after 9 o'clock. The planners go out at 10 in the morning and take all those pictures that show all the free parking, but not when people are home and trying to sleep in their beds. We're encouraged to report zoning violations using Salt Lake Mobile, but when we do, nothing happens, or we get a case closed response and nothing changes. You should do everything in your power to find and convert all the Airbnb properties in the city. The neighbors will help you find them. and turn them into a regular housing unit. People who come from out of state can stay in our hotels. That way you get people who want to be in a neighborhood, not folks that are just here for 3 days, so they leave trash all over. One good thing is the original setbacks are put back, but I want to know where the walkable parks are where the children have enough room to play. And you haven't said a word about what us neighbors are going to get out of this. This is a big sweeping change, and we fear you're plowing ahead before you have any basic controls in place. It feels like we don't matter. In this city, the developers reign, and now this feels like they get free reign. All the controls are off. What is at stake for us is the quality of our neighborhoods. If you turn all this into rentals, not owners, you lose the stability of the neighborhoods. Ask the people at the university what that's like. And you need to put all that infrastructure in place. Maybe you don't hire all the bodies, because Sarah's right, you don't know how many of this and that enforcer you need, but you need to have the rules about what's a violation and how you're going to enforce it. And then you have to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we have one other community council? There we go. I thought so.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Nigel Swaby. I'm the chair of the Fair Park Community Council. And we have concerns with the city's proposed affordable housing overlay. After reviewing it, we found the following items we believe could negatively affect our council area and others similar to us. We believe that affordable housing is a citywide problem and should be addressed by policies that equitably share possible solutions across all council districts. First, the way the proposal is structured only makes sense in the multifamily and mixed-use zoning areas, which are heavily skewed towards rental units. This will increasingly densify projects in districts 2, 4, and 5. Real estate professionals we've spoken to about the proposal don't think, given current market conditions, especially with building costs, the other proposal categories will get any development interest. While they are good ideas to generate housing stock, the affordability requirements make investment for such projects infeasible. If we operate in good faith that our current housing crisis is caused by a shortage of housing units of all types, wouldn't a better solution be to create zoning changes like the proposal suggests, but to remove the affordability requirement? Isn't less restriction and greater density an affordability component in itself? We believe that would create greater investment in communities like ours, generate more ownership opportunities, and allow development of additional single-family homes to keep the look and feel our neighborhoods currently possess. As a community, we are only willing to offer support to the affordable housing overlay if you remove the affordability requirements as outlined in the document. The increased density capacity of the overlay and the ability to build housing in non-residential zones will be incentive enough to get the additional housing stock we so desperately need as a city. Approving the proposal as it stands will only generate additional density in districts that are already zoned for it and will contribute to further housing inequity in our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other recognized organization? No? Okay, please go ahead. Come forward. Yeah, come forward, state your name and the organization that you're representing.
Great, thank you. My name is Amy J. Hawkins. I'm chair of the Ballpark Community Council. Thank you to the Planning Commission for your time and service this evening. I'm here today to comment on how this is a profound missed opportunity. I'm speaking on behalf of a neighborhood where only 15% of households are living in homes they own, where 79% of households are renting and 6% are vacant, according to our latest station area plan. Month after month, we host developers at our meetings and ask them if their proposals are for rentals or owner-occupied units, and they are always for rentals. Some of you may have seen the front page of this Sunday's Salt Lake Tribune on public safety concerns in the ballpark area, where families talked about leaving the neighborhood or having left because they no longer feel safe. The reasons for crime in ballpark are complex. Some are related to our Homeless Resource Center, but there's only so much a city can do to address a problem much larger than Salt Lake City. However, as the Salt Lake Tribune stated, it's a problem the city is not prepared to fix. We often hear that the best way to deter crime is by knowing one's neighbors. Clearly, it's easier to know one's neighbors if folks stay in place for years at a time. In other words, what deters crime are the long-term relationships that residents have with each other in neighborhoods that contain a smaller proportion of renters than what we currently house in Ballpark. These incentives could have addressed missing middle for-sale housing. More than half of Utah households were unable to afford median-priced homes in 2021. Nearly 3/4 of renters were already priced out in 2020. Renters who want to become homeowners are desperate. They know that buying a house is one of the primary ways to accumulate wealth, and they don't want to be left behind. Without a way to incentivize for-sale housing, developers will continue to show up to Ballpark with rentals. Those who can't afford to buy are stuck with rapidly increasing rents and spending more money but getting none of the financial benefits of owning. And we're stuck looking for long-term relationships in Ballpark. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have another one. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Burnett. I'm with the Foothill Sunnyside Community Council. First of all, I want to thank you for taking the time and effort for your service in this. I know this is a difficult issue. I've come to file my comments and my concerns regarding the affordable housing overlay as it applies to the R1 and R2 zones. We believe that specifically the Foothill Sunnyside area, we believe the proposal will negatively impact our single-family neighborhood and community, and here are some of the reasons why. We think allowing construction of row houses, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes to replace single-family homes on small lots will materially change our neighborhood. The size and scale issues proposed by the AHO are completely incompatible with the existing neighborhood. People have purchased homes here with the expectation that the homes will be single-family housing. Families seek out this area because of its character and zoning. The proposed change will discourage families from buying here. This can, in turn, impact the number of students in our schools, which are already facing challenges. 50% of each unit must be set aside as affordable housing with incomes at 80% of AMI, area median income. As has been discussed earlier, Salt Lake City has no ability currently to enforce these types of things and are currently not enforcing many of the other ordinances. Side yard setbacks would shrink up to 25%. I know there's been some discussion about changing that, with minimum lot requirements being removed. New housing would loom over existing houses. One parking spot per unit. This proposal does not include adequate parking. The area already struggles with parking. Many of the current homes have single-car driveways or do not have driveways. This proposal means more people fighting for street parking. The developers will be given a fast track for project approvals, removing typical delays and timelines where reviews can protect the neighborhood. The draft incorrectly assumes that parcels adjacent, quote, parcels adjacent to arterials are often less desirable for single-family homes because of their location on corridors with higher areas of traffic, unquote. Our neighborhood is currently a desirable single-family neighborhood, even though it is near these major arteries, traffic arteries. The proposed AHO has the potential to turn our neighborhood into a student rental market for the University of Utah. The area is already under stress. In the next few years, Research Park will add commercial businesses and the University of Utah will add significant housing. There are traffic issues associated with this proposal. And I've seen this happen in my hometown of Logan. I mean, if you go back to areas close to the university that allowed this type of stuff to happen, they're all rentals, there are no families there. Based on the feedback from our neighbors, no one that I've talked to favors this affordable housing overlay in the Foothill Sunnyside neighborhood. We're currently getting a petition together in 3 days. We've got like 100 signatures, and we haven't even scratched the surface. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be almost unanimously against the proposal as it applies to our neighborhood. If it's a cause, if you think, if the idea is to get affordable housing, I don't think this will accomplish it. So in the meantime, you'll damage a wonderful single-family neighborhood and other neighborhoods that are single-family, and we ask that you do the right thing and vote against this proposal. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. This is the last call for any recognized community organization representative. Okay, we'll move on to the public comment period of all the cards that we've received. If you haven't filled out a card, please do so in the hallway, and then it'll work its way up to us. Got
Okay, we have William Metcalf, who also submitted a written document.
We're going to assume that William's comments will be read into the record at the end. I've passed them on. So
If he doesn't
wish to
here
speak
shortly.
Okay, we're going to start
Okay, it looks like Josh Memot.
You're going to be up. Who's
is
on deck?
up. He's on deck. Josh Memot's on deck.
Okay.
William Metcalf.
Okay, so
Okay.
John, those comments then you do not need to read.
And Brian Dayton is in the hole.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Sorry.
My name is William Metcalf. I'm a mechanical engineer, industrial project manager, retired, a homeowner in Highland Park, Sugar House area. We moved to this location in 1990 to raise our family, primarily because of the zoning and the schooling. We have 2 children graduate from Highland High and 1 from Waterford. 2 are now doctors. Our daughter's in hospitality management. We locate here because of the zoning for this neighborhood and the single-family home style. You're proposing to change that. My concern I have a concern about the infrastructure that is available for this change that you're proposing. Available water supply and delivery. I know we have a pipeline that is in progress somewhere from the East Bench, but the source of that water, I'm concerned. Are we going to need more water restrictions? Of course we are. Have you noticed what's happening in the Colorado River Basin? Serious stuff, you know. We live in an arid climate. Sufficient wastewater treatment facilities, do we have those in place? I've noticed so many multifamily dwellings. I don't know that we have the wastewater treatment facilities available to handle that, much less the supply of fresh water. And there's less efficient ground transportation. With the multifamily units that have been constructed here, there's a difficult time getting on the freeway or making around the neighborhood. So much
Mr. Metcalf,
traffic.
that's time. That's
Okay.
time. Thank you.
What?
Sorry, that's time. We do have your comments that you wrote, and we'll put those in the record later. All right, next up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So Josh or Joel Memot. Brian Dayton, you're on deck. James Lewis, you're in the hole.
Thank you.
All right, my name is Josh. I'm with Wasatch Tennessee United. I'm here to oppose the City's Council's affordable housing overlay that they've proposed today. The whole plan is wholly insufficient for renters in Salt Lake City. It doesn't adequately address the needs that renters have in the city. Even though they're saying that they're making housing more affordable for tenants inside of the city, it still continues to be more expensive than people can actually afford. Even at their 80% AMI index that they're putting out here, rent is still $1,400 a month, which is more than double what I pay currently and more than what I can afford in any capacity to pay for rent. It's going to continue to push people out of the city as rent prices continue to increase. Even with these policies put in place that allow more zoning to have this kind of thing to happen, it's not going to work. Wages keep growing too slow. It's not sufficient. Inflation keeps rising. A big driving cause of that is because rent prices continue to increase year after year. With COVID happening, rent prices increase dramatically. I've heard of people having their entire, apartment complexes raising rent more than double what it was before, up to $1,800 a month, which is ridiculous. No one should have to pay that much for rent, and it leaves so many people out of the ability to actually pay for rent in the city. It's maybe 80% AMI can afford to pay rent, but there's still 40% of the population in Salt Lake City that can't even afford to pay the rent at these kind of capacity. It's going to leave people out of the city, and this is not going to work. And the city has the power to do these kind of things and enforce and make things kind of happen in the first place, but it's not going to happen. They're just instead getting in bed with the developers, making smaller, lower quality housing by trying to push SROs and make that kind of development process available to anybody inside the city. Where we have to share bathrooms and kitchens with other tenants when we don't think that's a good way to go forward. We want to see the city grow and be successful, but this is not how we do it. It's going to continue to push tenants outside of the city. We're not going to be able to live here, and ultimately Salt Lake is not going to grow or be successful if this continues to go forward. The people are going to be hurting, and this is not sufficient. You should be embarrassed of yourselves for thinking that this is even remotely close to being acceptable for the people of Salt Lake City to be able to afford.
Thank you, Mr. Remmett.
Brian Dayton, James Lewis, you're next, and then Steve Littlefield.
Hello, my name is Bryn Dayton. I'm a member of Wasatch Tenants United, and I'm a tenant living in the ballpark area, though not associated with their community council. I have read the full affordable housing overlay recommendations, and my first concern is that the incentive requirements are far too conservative. The city has proposed that new buildings only need 20% of new units to be affordable to people making 80% of the area median income. These incentive requirements would only make those units affordable to people making more than $51,000 a year. In other words, a one-bedroom apartment could be rented at about $1,300 per month and be considered affordable by this city. Myself and Wasatch Tenants United reject these proposed requirements and would like to see the city require that 50% of all new units be made affordable to people making 30% of the average median income. We want working people in this city to be able to rent a one-bedroom apartment for only $500 a month. That is affordable housing. As well as changing the incentive requirements, myself and WTU need to see language adopted in these changes that prevent landlords and developers from creating and renting out SROs and micro apartments. The residents of this city should expect no less than a 500 square foot apartment with its own private kitchen and bathroom. SROs are not the way to solve the housing crisis. They only create problems for residents and more profits for landlords who are already wealthy. We hope that the council here will consider our proposals, one, for the incentive requirements to be changed to requiring that 50% of all new units will be affordable for people at 30% of the average median income. Two, that no units can be less than 500 square feet and must have their own private bathroom and kitchen. And three, that these requirements are enforced by conditional use rather than deed restrictions. We demand this because we deserve dignified and affordable housing in our city now and in the years to come. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dayton.
James Lewis, you're next. Steve Littlefield is on deck, and Benjamin Petrie is in the hole.
Yes, my name is James Lewis, and I'm a tenant in the East Central neighborhood here. And I just want to be a voice of advocacy for housing supply. I think that that's really critical for Salt Lake's housing affordability issues. And I think that housing supply issue is best addressed through transit-oriented development specifically, so having more housing density in the transit corridors that already exist. And I think this proposal goes in the right direction in trying to encourage that along certain arterials and transit corridors. But I think the scope of the proposal could be enlarged, and I think the complexity of the proposal could be reduced. And going further in those directions would help propel housing affordability here in Salt Lake City for tenants like myself, but also for homeowners, so that tenants and homeowners did not have to compete over the same housing stock when there was a greater supply of housing overall. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Steve Littlefield, you're up. Benjamin Petrie, you're on deck. Cindy Cromer, you're in the hole.
Thanks for allowing me to say a little bit tonight. My name's Steve Littlefield. I think I'm in kind of a unique position with the people here. My wife and I live in the same house that I grew up in the Highland Park area. Purchased by my mom and dad in about 1940. They raised 5 kids there. They loved the neighborhood. They didn't buy the house to flip it in some sort of ongoing upward investment scheme. They wanted to live in a neighborhood. They wanted to know the people around them. And they did, and we still do. We have neighbors that we've had since I was a child. I'm 62 years old. I know every square inch of my neighborhood, and I love it. I'm concerned about things like traffic and noise and sewer and water, and I think it'll drastically change the flavor of this neighborhood that I love. And I don't think it's going to benefit people like me who've lived there and invested their lives in the neighborhood. I don't know who it's going to benefit. I'd like to know that, but I don't think it's going to be me or my neighbors. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Littlefield.
Benjamin Petrie? Okay. Cindy? And then Elizabeth Littlefield is on deck, and John Masterson is in the hole.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Cindy Cromer. I'm speaking as an individual. This proposal does absolutely nothing for people like me who already provide affordable or less expensive, more modest housing without subsidies. I have units starting at $425 a month with all utilities included. I get absolutely nothing from this city for doing that. So I want to talk tonight about the stalled legislation and what happens when you send things forward. I'm delighted to hear that there might be another opportunity. You have sent the SRO, now called Shared Housing, forward, and it is stalled at the City Council. The parking ordinance, which is directly related to housing, is also stalled. The RMF 30 modifications that you sent forward 2 years ago is stalled. The housing loss mitigation ordinance, which most people who've studied it realize is a piece of junk, has never been addressed in 25 years. I refer to Angela Price's brilliant analysis of the problems with that ordinance recently. So there's some things seriously missing here aside from consideration of people like me who actually walk the walk. One of them is the role of depreciation in decision-making, and no one in this building seems to understand the role of decision-making for the role of depreciation in decision-making. The issue of the enforcement has already come up. 80% of AMI is not the problem. I can give a tutorial on how to make adjustments to your lifestyle if you're 80% of AMI and you can live very comfortably. It's below 80% that we need to be dealing with, and I deal with. And the reduction of green space, the suggestion that because people might be providing more affordable housing at 80% of AMI, they don't have to provide as much green space, is really appalling. We are so short in terms of open space, particularly in the core of the city.
That's time, Cindy.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Littlefield. Jonathan, I think this is Masterson, and then Janie.
Janie who lives
Solio.
on Janie who lives on 900 South.
Janie who lives on 900 South, you're in the hole.
My name's Elizabeth Littlefield, and I live in the Highland Park area. My husband just spoke to the nature of our way of life, and so I won't repeat any of those. But I have some big concerns about this overlay. I don't think it is going to help anyone or solve any of the pricing, affordable housing issues. My concerns are that I've attended several meetings of these since I became aware of this 2 months ago from a concerned neighbor. Every time I ask the officials about certain questions, I don't get clear answers, and that is very concerning to me. I get answers like, well, that is in our department. They need to handle that. Then we talk to that person. They need to handle that. That's not under our control. So to me, that seems like we're not going to be able to solve any of this, and everybody's just going to pass the issues and the concerns along, and we won't actually accomplish anything that we set out to. So that is one of my concerns. In our neighborhood, our lots are small, about 1/8 of an acre. We have an 1,100 square foot house. You put a fourplex on there, requires parking spaces, that's 4. We barely have space for 2. And if you've only got 1 bedrooms, we're not talking about families, so that means 2 more individuals, so that means 8 cars that will now need to have parking spots because, 2 cars per couple. So those are some of my concerns. Affordable housing is a concern, but this is not the way to solve it. And we've worked hard for our way of life. We have sacrificed. I work for what we have, and I don't want to see that ruined. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Littlefield.
John? Is it Masterson? Matson? Janie on 9th South.
It's Jakey Ciolo. Hi, my name is Jakey Ciolo. My pronouns are he, they. I'm here to represent the Pacific Islander community. I am the case management coordinator with Pacific Island Knowledge to Action Resources. I work around housing and especially with survivors of domestic violence. My community is being displaced, and Pacific Islanders have a history of being displaced by this city. In the last week, I have had 4 families displaced due to their rent being increased by $500 with barely any notice. All are single mothers. All are survivors of domestic violence. Many of my clients were displaced because developers displaced them to build quote-unquote affordable housing. All of the affordable housing have wait lists like no other and force families to live on the street. I believe that this proposal is a way to co-opt affordable housing language and to deregulate housing. And I stand with Wasatch tenants and demand this overlay not continue. I encourage you to get into the communities that this will impact. Black, Indigenous, people of color, and underserved communities. Until this commission board looks like the residents being displaced, I don't believe you as commissioners can actually solve this housing crisis. The solution to true affordable housing is actually understanding and caring for the community members you work for. It is giving them true affordable housing, which is not dormitories like proposed SROs and have no privacy whatsoever. Building more apartments will not solve this issue. To solve this crisis is to protect tenants rather than please out-of-state developers. True affordable housing is not treating low-income residents like they are a problem, when in reality they are a victim of a bigger systemic problem. Humans deserve affordable housing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to back up. John Madarch has indicated that he did not wish to speak, but he's listed for the record. His concerns are parking, child safety, landlord, and city property.
Okay, Abby Hoffman is next. Nigel Saxby on deck, and Ben LaRiviere in the hole.
Nigel spoke earlier.
Oh, that's Swaby. Nigel Swaby. He was with the community council.
Okay.
So we have.
And then Jenny Pulsifer becomes in the hole.
Okay, so Abby Hoffman is not here, so we will read. Again, she said she did not wish to speak, but her concerns are this zoning overlay allows for SRO developments through loopholes, not affordable, livable housing.
Okay, are you Ben?
Abby.
You're Abby Hoffman?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, so you marked that you did not wish to speak, so that's why I read it. I'm sorry, go ahead. We'll give it to you.
My main concern, I'm here with WTU as well. I grew up here. My family grew up here. We've all been renters. My concern is that I don't believe that this housing overlay will allow for stable, affordable housing. I believe that this is a gateway. There's loopholes for SRO developments within this overlay. It allows for developers that meet certain requirements in order to build like smaller than 500 square foot apartments and living spaces. This is what Bryn spoke about when they made their comment earlier. In short, I just don't see that this is actually affecting affordable housing. I think this is allowing for tighter and tighter housing developments that are unlivable for the people that actually live here, at the same time being unaffordable. Josh spoke earlier about the AMI problem. I don't think this is going to be resolved here. I can barely afford my rent as it is with my partner. That's about at $1,200 a month. I don't meet the requirements here. I don't. And I'm worried and concerned that my friends and the people that I knew grew up here will be pushed out. So who are we making Salt Lake City for? It's not for me. It seems that we're making developers and landlords the money so they can just bring in people who have the wealth in order to live here. It isn't for Salt Lake City. I don't believe this project is for Salt Lake City. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman.
Okay, we have Ben LaRiviere, Jenny Pulsifer, and then Janet Hemming.
Yeah, thanks. I'm Ben LaRiviere. I live just south of Liberty Park. I'm in my early 30s. I love the city. I love my community. And I just want to thank you for trying to address this issue. I know it takes a lot of courage to stand up to people who might not like proposed changes. So thank you. My comments are in regards to the proposal. I think that you can't address a housing shortage without building more housing. And that is the central thing that we need to deal with, I think. There's a house on my block, just a couple houses over, that sold for $300,000, almost more than it did just a couple of years ago. And that's because people want to live here, they're coming, they're outbidding each other. So the central issue is there's just simply not enough houses for all the people who want to live here. And then, so any changes to the zoning that would allow duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, row houses, that sort of thing, can really increase supply in a way that could be meaningful to a lot of people. And then my second point is around climate change. I'm very concerned about climate change myself. I worry about it all the time. And there's research that shows the denser a community, the lower the per capita carbon emissions. So increasing density is a climate solution. And then another point I wanted to make is that people were talking about concerns about parking. I think that in a lot of the most successful cities in the world, if it's dense enough, you can take a bus, you can walk, you can bike. There's lots of other options. And if it's harder to park, maybe you'll drive less. That's a good thing, in my opinion. And then dense can be livable. There's cities around the world that we travel to. Americans love to go to Amsterdam and Paris that have densities much, much higher than Salt Lake, but then we lose our minds if someone proposes increasing density around here. So I think that's a good thing. And then there was also concerns about infrastructure. If we increase the density, is that going to put a strain on the infrastructure? I think the point is if we don't build here, they'll build in Eagle Mountain, where it's 2-hour commutes. So it's more sustainable to build close to existing infrastructure.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Jenny Pulsifer, and I own a home in Yale-Crest.
Would you give me like half a second here?
Sure, sorry.
And so Janet Hemming on deck, and then Alex Purcell. Alex Purcell didn't want to speak, so you can read that one. And then Ann Tanner, then Cesar Hernandez.
Go ahead.
My name is Jenny Pulsifer, and I own a home in Yale-Crest. Increasing density in any neighborhood that is not within walking distance of light rail or train transit will lead to traffic congestion. and an increase in the, and a decrease in the quality of life everywhere in the city. Buses, even those that arrive every 15 minutes, are not convenient enough to prevent people from relying on their cars. And I too am concerned about climate change. As we plan for more dense neighborhoods, we need to make sure that we're not increasing traffic congestion. I know this from personal experience. I own a home on Yale Avenue. I work in Provo, and I get there by bike and Front Runner. It takes 35 minutes to reach Front Runner by bus. Most residents of new housing in Yale Crest, faced with such a time-consuming bus ride before they can even get to light rail or Front Runner, would use their car. This would greatly increase congestion in East Side neighborhoods and the city in general, since everyone living there has to go somewhere else to work, shop, or access entertainment. Only those neighborhoods that have proximity to tracks and Front Runner should increase their density, allowing the entire city to grow without excessive traffic congestion. The city cannot afford to put tracks lines everywhere, so it should wisely target areas close to jobs and transportation and provide green space and amenities to make those places appealing. Before you assume I'm just another not in my backyard person, let me state that my daughter's family now lives in my Yale Avenue house. My husband and I moved to a condominium in a much more dense area on Lower Capitol Hill. We did so knowing it was densely populated and would likely become more so because we wanted easier access to public transportation and the amenities downtown.
That's time. Thank you, Ms. Pulsifer.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Janet Hemming?
I'm Jim Webster, the Vice Chair of Yale Crest. Janet already spoke.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
thanks.
Okay. Okay, I was confused.
I didn't
Ann
know.
Tanner, and then Cesar Hernandez, and Ransom Smith.
The word water is used 0 times in the 131-page document, including the survey conducted, provided by the city to explain the Affordable Housing Initiative proposal. Conversely, the word water is used 45 times in the comments and concerns from people about this proposal. The state's water supply cannot sustain an unlimited population. SB 110, Water is Part of the General Plan, has an effective date of May 4, 2022, requires a water use and preservation element to be part of a municipal or county general plan. The current proposal does not address how the water supply will be managed with the increased population that this proposal will create. None of the above initiatives from this plan mention making sure new development is budgeted according to water supply. What is the city's quantifiable, not qualitative phrases like conserve more, water use, and preservation element in regards to new development and the Affordable Housing Initiative? What is the city's quantifiable plan to preserve the water rights of current residents over prioritizing future residents? A study conducted by Stanford professors on affordable housing showed that their analysis revealed in affordable housing projects in low-income regions, the worth increased the value of the area by $116 million in the immediate surrounding areas of these projects, whereas in higher income areas, the new building led to a loss of approximately $17 million. How does the city plan to compensate property owners for the decrease in property value this proposal will cause, according to the research cited? The city has the opportunity to increase the property value for those in low-income neighborhoods and refrain from decreasing property value in higher income neighborhoods. Why are they not taking this approach? What data is the city basing its proposal off of that people will not own cars and therefore only need one off-street parking stall? How does the city intend to manage increased street parking on narrow residential streets where street parking creates unsafe driving hazards and
That's
also
time.
lowers bikeability?
It's time. Would you state your name for the record?
And Tanner.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I have Cesar Hernandez next, Ransom Smith, and I have Mary Catherine Yonker. And she didn't indicate whether she wanted to speak or not.
So when it's her time, if she's here, great. If she's not, we'll put it in the pile.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Cesar.
Good evening, Cesar Hernandez here. I'm a homeowner in the Foothill Sunnyside neighborhood. And first off, I'd like to thank the Planning Commission for taking the time to hold this hearing. I'd like to thank everyone attending. Even if you're, for or against the proposal, I think it's really great that we're all here together. I'd like to voice my support for the proposal. I'm coming at this as a parent of 2 children. We have 2 kids in the Bonneville school, and my son's 2nd grade class has 15 kids in his school, and the principal's talking about expanding the school boundaries, making it whereas my son's friends used to live, pretty close by, now are going to live a few blocks away because there just aren't enough kids to fill the school. So that's really my main concern with this. I'd also like to say that the aging population in our neighborhood, the homes will probably turn over in the next 20 years. This gives us all a really great opportunity to help curb legislation, proposal, whatever the term is for what's going on, to help make these changes now so we can be a part of it rather than, not having any changes and having issues come up in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, we have Ransom Smith, Mary Catherine Yorker, and then Michael Valenti or Valentine.
Okay, you're up.
Hello, my name is Ransom Smith. I am a homeowner in Central City.
Oh, pause. David's trying to check into why that feedback is happening. I don't know if you all can.
Too close. Okay,
I think that might be it.
I'll speak from up here, and hopefully it's audible. My name is Ransom Smith. I'm a homeowner in Central City. I have a technical concern about the 80% AMI affordable housing incentive. In the proposal, as I read it at a recent open house, it said that the developers will be required to price some number of units at 80% at a standard of affordability for 80% AMI, and that if they did not do so, then that they would be charged a fine equal to the difference between the price and the affordability standard of 80% AMI. To my view, this penalty equal to the difference in price is no penalty or incentive at all, and that it simply encourages developers to plan to price it along with the rest of their units at whatever level they would like, and then cut in the city at 20% of the take on their price. Excuse the expression, but I think if the developers are planning to succeed in offering affordable housing, then a penalty of treble damages would be entirely proportionate and reasonable and appropriate. I yield the balance of my time.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Smith, yeah.
There was a couple people that accidentally marked the wrong box, and they indicated they didn't want to speak, but they do. So if you get to Jody Nelson and Alex Parcell, they do wish to speak.
Okay, I'll pull them out and we'll call them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Catherine Yorker. You don't see her. She has a comment there.
Okay.
Michael Valentine, then David Newland, and Jansen Hayes.
Hi, I'm Michael Valentine. I am a mayoral candidate next year for Salt Lake City 2023. I support Wasatch Tenants United. Before I get into how terrible this overlay is, I'd like to say 2 specific things. Later this week, there's going to be official complaints filed against the Mendenhall administration, the City Council, the RDA, basically all of Salt Lake City over illegality and corruption. Aaron Mendenhall has taken campaign finance donations, illegal campaign finance donations in 2019 from developers and again in 2023. Just in January, she took donations from Ivory Homes, who has a proposal submitted for the 4th time to you guys that's very controversial in the avenues right now. And her husband's a developer. She has interest in a $54 million development just 5 minutes away from here. So second thing real fast too is that your comments today that I've been hearing about historical overlays and historical housing is atrocious. Right now, one of the greatest buildings in Utah history is being destroyed, the Utah Pantages Theater, that the failures of this body is responsible for. There's an ordinance passed in 2012, a historic ordinance, a community preservation plan that governs this body that you need to follow, that hasn't been followed. So real fast, I know I only have a minute here, I can talk for an hour about this, but It says your city, this is our city, and it's our business. It doesn't say this is developer city. What are we having a mayor taking hundreds of thousands of dollars from developers and campaign donations and then trying to railroad through this ordinance that has nothing to do with affordable housing? It's just for the betterment of developers. Shared housing betters developers. The lack of parking betters developers. Who's doing this study, by the way? If we want to talk about the problems of affordable housing, why is the city subsidizing luxury apartments like that Pantages development right now, where Hines is building luxury studio apartments that won't affect affordable housing at all? This needs to be completely just ended. This needs to go back to the drawing board. This body, the city council, the mayor, this whole city needs to start building affordable housing with people in mind that
That's
actually
time.
affects federal poverty levels and not atrocious 60 to 80%
Thank you, Mr.
AMI levels.
Valentine. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I got
is-
one more name. Sorry to interrupt you. It's Devin W. If you see that card, they would like to speak as well.
That name again?
Devin W.
And what were the other? I only found one that
Um,
you said.
Jody Nelson and
That one I
Alex
didn't-
Parcell.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're working on that. Go. David Newland is next, then Jansen Hayes, and then Landon Farmer.
Howdy, my name is David Newland. I'm with Wasatch Tenants United, and I'm speaking in opposition to this proposal. It's clearly not designed for renters, for ordinary working people, for people who are just looking for housing. And the way that you can tell that is by the frankly absurd definition of affordable that is given in this. 80% of AMI is ridiculous, translates to $1,500 a month for rent. If you ask any ordinary person, you could probably ask some of the people in this room whether $1,500 a month is affordable in their eyes, and they're going to tell you no. They're just going to straight up tell you no. $1,500 is not affordable for an apartment. And let's be clear, apartment is sort of generous for some of the things that would be allowed under this proposal, namely SROs, right? Frankly, some of the developers who would be building these things have horses who live in better conditions than would be legal under this proposal. SROs, shared housing without kitchens, without bathrooms, are frankly not acceptable, and we definitely can't have that. So there are ways that we can improve this, though. It's not like everything is lost. We can make improvements to this proposal. Namely, number one, making the AMI 30% limit rather than 80%, right? So that should be considered affordable. Also making 50% requirement for affordable housing as opposed to the current 20% requirement. That would be fantastic, great. Closing down the loopholes that allow for SROs in the first place would also be a fantastic idea and would greatly improve this proposal. And I would definitely want all of those things to happen before I would ever support something like this. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Newland.
Okay, Jansen Hayes, Landon Farmer, and then Norman. Okay, help me.
On 1200 East. I don't know.
Right. Can you
Go
hear me?
ahead.
Go ahead.
Right. My name is Jameson from Wasatch Tenants United, and I'm in opposition to this bill because it's like $1,300 for affordable housing when really it should be 30% of the area median income, which is around $500. And it's sort of just a travesty that like you have to pay 3 times the amount for affordable housing than it would be like even like, I don't know, 10 years ago. It's pretty crazy how big the city's getting. And since it's getting so big, the density is going to become, it's going to become more and more dense. And this is a precedent being set, basically. And that precedent's really going to be, are we going to pay $1,400 a month, like 80% of our income, or pay 30%? And with this, new thing going through, I don't want to pay $1,400 to like have a small micro apartment that I can't even use my own bathroom or my own kitchen because I got to go out into a common area. So that's what I'm in opposition towards, and this is very important since it's going to be the next like decades. This is going to influence so many people's lives, and I think it should be built again. I think we should try again, and that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
Landon Farmer, Norman, who lives on 1200 East, and then Alex Purcell.
My name is Landon Farmer. I'm in the Highland Park neighborhood, so thank you for listening to everyone tonight. I've got wholehearted support for the other concerns that were expressed by the Highland Park residents who've spoken before me, so I'm not going to rehash the logistics and infrastructure concerns. I share those. But I wanted to look at this myself and say, is this going to meet the grand goals of the project? Are we going to have affordable housing for people who need it? And I did my own research because I couldn't get answers at the various public meetings that we've done that research, meaning the collective we. And what I found is it's pretty much readily available. And a headline from the Washington Post in 2019 says it all, that the one issue every economist can agree is bad, rent control, because it never gets the water to the end of the row. We've talked about the logistical problems with trying to enforce these rental price settings. We have no plan for it. It's going to be a huge nightmare to try and enforce, and it won't be fully effectively enforced, and later, since it's bad, will probably get changed later on. And what happens is you create a two-tiered rental system. Super high rents that people can compete for, and then you've got a body of low rents that people stay in because you don't have effective means testing of the renters who are in them. And so they may initially need them, and then they just stay. And so you create this system that doesn't actually help the people who are currently in need of the rentals. My other concern with this is I asked, what is our cooperative relationship with surrounding communities? South Salt Lake, Mill Creek, West Valley City. It feels like Salt Lake has drawn a fence around itself, and we are trying to attract and house everyone who's coming to Utah. I don't think we need to do that. I think this is a broader Salt Lake County, even Bountiful issue of how are we all working to help the Salt Lake Valley and the affordable housing. Salt Lake constantly takes on big infrastructure projects, the library, the Delta Center, and things that the whole county enjoys at what shared price? And I think this would be another way to do that.
That's time. Thank you so much. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Farmer.
Norman Young, that lives on 12th East. Alex Purcell, then Thea Rand.
Okay. Okay, Norman, we'll add that.
Alex Purcell. Thea Brannon, and then Ben Ovison.
Hi, my name's Alex Purcell. I actually live in low-income housing right now over on Liberty Metro Apartments. I just kind of want to highlight that there's no real I'm in support of this with a couple of different changes, such as changes to what is affordable, along with expansion of those brackets and including looping up those RMOs. The thing is that low-income housing gave me a good stepping stone to at least get out of like a poverty level. As it stands right now, the idea that this is readily available is laughable. I was put on a 3-month wait list to get an apartment. I make $26 an hour, and I make 3 times the minimum wage here, and rent is half of my paycheck. My lease is going to be up in August, and I'm probably going to be leaving because there's nowhere to live here. The idea that supply equals lower costs is laughable. I can walk up and down our streets right now. There are leasing signs out on every building you can see. The rent prices have done nothing but inflated since the pandemic. You say that this plan was proposed and created during a pandemic. It's a little late for that, so we need a little bit more. We talk about community here. People had concerns about community. It's starving. It's dying. I went to a friend's house to hang out, and they can't afford rent at all for a 1-bedroom. They are a waitress at your local diner, and you know what we had to eat? We had a tortilla with, I can't believe it's not butter sprayed on both sides, fried in a pan, because that's all they could afford to eat. This is Salt Lake. This is a place of community. Why are we leaving so many people out to starve? And if you have problems about crime, low-income housing has been shown to reduce homelessness, reduce crime, produce safer neighborhoods. Denser areas are more energy efficient, more efficient on infrastructure, easier to heat. Honestly, the only bad thing about this bill is it needs a couple loopholes tied up, it needs the definitions changed and expanded.
Mr. Purcell. Thank you, Mr. Purcell, for your comments.
Madam Chair, Maureen, could you make sure to speak in your microphone? It's hard to hear in that in the offside room.
Oh,
It's
the Vice
just-
Chair?
Yes.
Both of us.
I was just trying to get both of your attention, so
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, Thea Brannon, Ben Ovison, Denon Willie.
Hi, I'm Thea Brannon. I live in Sugar House, and I want to thank you all for offering yourselves up to such difficult and dreadfully complex problems. I also want to thank the Planning Commission staff for trying to figure out how to implement such an aspirational goal. I think Salt Lake is basically changing dramatically, and there's not a whole lot that we can do about it at this point. I do think that this plan is too gargantuan. It's trying to do too much at once. There's too many myriad details that everyone has discussed and made comments about that have not been given full consideration. And I was going to suggest pilot programs, but basically the whole thing needs to be just pared down incredibly, and maybe one section of it needs to be pursued, since there's no proof anywhere that this is going to work. And as far as enforcement, we know that that's not going to be funded, and it's not enough people to do it. So please don't try to bend yourself into pretzels figuring out how to do this. I caution you to be aware of the unforeseen and unintended consequences that will last a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brennan.
Okay, Ben Ovison, Deneen Willie, and then Brooks.
Hello, my name is Ben Ovison. I live in the 15th and 15th area in Salt Lake. I'm here in behalf of my family and a few other neighbors. We came together. We oppose this initiative and really appreciate the City Council and the Planning Commission trying to solve a big problem that's going to be a problem for my kids and a lot of my family to come as well. Affordable housing's not going to be an issue that we can solve in the near term. My main concern about this is we live in a beautiful neighborhood that has been planned with a city plan that was well thought out with 20 or more zones. That is very complex zoning and planning behemoth that we all have to go through. This kind of sidesteps that, and all the work that everybody did the last 50 years to create this beautiful city is kind of thrown out the window, and you say, hey, this doesn't have value anymore. We don't need to go through the regular process of just making a plan that the city thinks is a good idea. Additionally, this would encourage developers to build low-quality product. We don't need to do that. We should encourage developers to build high-quality product that uplifts the city, that uplifts the areas that we consider need uplifting, and not destroys value in areas we don't think need uplifting. And I just strongly oppose this. I don't feel like this benefits anybody except for real estate developers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ovison.
Okay, Deneen Willie, Brooks, and then Olin Webster.
Hi, my name is Devin. So I want to echo what other members of Wasatch Tenants United have said, that the proposed affordability rate is ridiculous. I don't know if you've spoken to a person in this city, a single one, if you've left your neighborhoods or talked to them ever, but I make $26 an hour, and the idea that I could afford this 80% of about $1,500, it's ridiculous. Who is this city for? If this doesn't work for people like me, who is it for? Ask your average working person if they can afford that. Who is this for? Who do you want to live in this city? Because it's certainly not the people who already live here. If you want them to leave, say it. If you want them to be supplanted by tech weirdos from San Francisco, say it. If you don't want us here, say it. clarify the relationship, the hostile relationship that you have to working class people in this city, because you clearly don't want us. So either fix it by amending this as we have provided, and making it $500 a month and banning SROs, because we won't go back to living like our ancestors did, like rats. We're not going to live that way, and we fully reject this. Fix it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brooks, that's all I have is Brooks. Then Olin Webster, then Melissa Hunt.
Hello, my name is Brooks. I'm with Wasatch Tenants United. I feel like a lot of the people in the organization I'm in have already done justice to the absolute ineptitude that this policy offers us in terms of actually affordable housing. So I don't want to, continually hammer a nail that's already set and done. I do want to focus on the concept that creating more housing supply will sufficiently lower the cost, because in actuality, that's not true, because the primary drive in terms of the rental increases is landlords closing the rent gap, which means to say that it is their primary interest to get as much money as they can out of the least per square footage as possible, right? It is always in a landlord's immediate interest to try to get as much rent as possible. That is them closing the rent gap. That is why an actual policy that would force rent control is something that would be necessary to even begin to try to curb this crisis, and it's also exactly why it's not even on the table for y'all. That said, I think there's a couple more things we need to understand, is that there is no indication that any reduction in rent costs would be substantial due to this, especially given the policies and the 80% AMI for 20% of the units, or whatever it was specifically. Moreover to that, there is no city in the world that has ever reversed successfully the trend of increasing prices by increasing the housing supply only. That is not real. That is a neoliberal capitalist fiction. There is nothing that you are putting on the table here that is actually in the interest of working people. And we see through it, and we will make sure that everybody else sees through it too. I yield my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Olin Webster, Melissa Hunt, and then I have Jody, who I don't know if she wants to speak or not. She lives on South Valley Plaza.
Okay.
You do? Okay, so you're in the hole.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, for the record, my name is Jim Webster. I don't write very well. I'm a land planning consultant, and I work with a lot of developers and have in Utah for, ever since the 70s. And this is a very naive ordinance, and it is so full of loopholes. It's like manna from heaven for a developer. I don't know who the developers are that are more or less in bed with this administration, how it works. But I do know that if I were representing a developer, I would love this ordinance. It's very, very open-ended and very unfortunate. The issue of enforcement has come up a number of times. I realized most recently that the city is charged with the enforcement of the county's noise ordinance. And any of you who have lived in Yale-Crest, I'm the vice chair of Yale-Crest Neighborhood Council, by the way. Any of you who have driven by the university in the last 2 weeks and listened to the Supercross or the Monster Jam will know that there is a terrible, if absolutely ineffectual level of enforcement of the county's noise ordinance, which was passed on to the city. I can only imagine what sort of enforcement will be involved and what level it will be successful if this ordinance goes through. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Webster.
Okay, we have Melissa Hunt, Jody, and Tianjin.
I'm Melissa Hunt, and for the record, this bill is sickening. I currently am one of those stuck below the poverty rate. My daughter and myself are in the homeless shelter because we cannot find affordable housing. We have been there over a year now. We have lost 2 housing vouchers because affordable housing is not out there. Building more is not going to solve the problem. It's going to make it worse. It is not going to solve it. It is going to make it a renter's market and not a landlord's market, not a renter's market. Build more, we can spend more, we can charge more. I can't afford $1,200 a month for rent. I work. Luckily, I don't have to pay childcare because my mom takes care of my daughter. I work. I'm a single mom. I got told, well, if I kept my legs closed, I wouldn't be in that situation. Her dad was in the picture at first. This needs to be solved. We need to put a gap onto the rent. Make these landlords take accountability for this. They have these low-income housing. They don't have people in there with low income. They are charging still $1,200, $1,400 a month. How is that affordable? They have people in there who are making twice that, 3 times, 10 times that amount in these and can afford that. Or they're putting 5, 6 families into one apartment so they can make that rent. How is this going to solve it? How is this destroying somebody's home? How is that going to fix it? How is it going to fix it? You're going to take and you're going to have
That's
this
time, Ms. Hunt. Thank you.
Okay, we have Jody, then Tianjin L, and then Matt Thiese, Thiese.
Hello. I talked to a lady yesterday.
Oh, would you
and-
please state your name for the record and then you'll start.
Jody Nelson.
Thank you.
I talked to a lady yesterday at the city council, and I'm here today, and I was just gonna state I suffer from mental illness, and I would just like to encourage housing for mentally ill, and I realize that it's more of a, between money and not money, but anyway, who have discovered having this illness, younger or elder, to be eventually able to be on their own. Struggling with mental illness is very disabling. Try with housing for simple procedure for these people. Stories are everywhere, good and difficult to explain each case. To help us see the outcome of a variety of very strong individuals. Take care in knowing how we can serve those who suffer, yet the strength from where we as people significantly want to prosper in society. I have been given medicine for this illness consistently over 30 years. Some work, some don't. Deciding what medication, listening to the receiver, stressful on both parties. Finally, after years, slowly, patiently making sure I faithfully took the medicine the best I could feel, learning to try to cope with the kind of or form I was and do take. I have also come so far in the amount of time suited for myself. This illness has given me great progress after searching out a number of ways to fight through times of struggle.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson.
Do I just go, or do I wait for?
You are free to leave, or you can remain and listen to the rest of them. Thank you, Ms. Nelson.
Okay, Tianjin L.
Nobody?
Going once, twice.
Okay.
Matt Thiese.
Very good, thank you.
Then Megan Kopecki, and then Lynn Schwartz.
Go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Matt Thiese. I'm an associate professor in the Family and Preventive Medicine at the University of Utah, but I'm here as a private citizen. There's been a lot of really great things that have been said about the concerns. There's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of challenges here. I come from a public health standpoint, and there's not the underlying aspect of this being affordable housing, as you've heard, just doesn't fit the bill. But there's also issues with public safety. There's issues with infrastructure. It just seems like it's an underdeveloped idea and plan to try and fix something that really does need to be solved in the planning and in the affordable housing aspect. What I also wanted to bring up is the fact that this
it seems like it's being proposed as a one-size-fits-all solution, and that isn't going, I think that that's also a problem that needs to be addressed, and really tailored to specific needs in specific areas and neighborhoods, instead of just a broad brush aspect and going from there. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Thies.
Megan Kopecki, then Lynn Schwartz, and Brian Burnett.
Okay, I just have a few comments to make. I surveyed my
If you would
neighbors.
just say your name for the record.
Can you
Thank
hear me okay? I surveyed my neighbors, 93 responded, 98.9% oppose this. 1 is not sure. So it's clear tonight by all the comments that we are not in favor of this bill from many different aspects of the city. I'd also like to point out that Salt Lake City was just ranked as one of the top most dangerous cities, according to US Newsweek. I don't know if anyone has seen that. Is it the density problem? Is it just, I think that's concerning. I think it's related. The Hinckley Institute came out with a report that over 140,000 units are being built and will be finished in a couple of years. Once all of those units are finished, we will triple our vacancy rate. We will be around 3% up to almost 6%. So is there really, I mean, obviously with the tenants that are here talking about that they can't find affordable housing, it doesn't seem like stock is the problem because we already have so much vacancy. I'm also concerned about some of the city planning's public comments on Twitter and other areas. They're calling neighbors, dumb, lack expertise, and we're the ones that are actually going to take the burden. I don't think that's right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kopecki.
Lynn Schwartz, Brian Burnett, and then Jason Barlow.
I am Lynn Schwartz. I have already submitted my comments on the original proposal, so I will speak to the changes or clarifications proposed in the staff report, which was posted last Friday. The proposal to allow existing illegal in-house ADUs to be legalized is a good idea. This is contingent on them meeting safety codes. A fund to help them bring the units up to safety codes would be a good idea. The proposal to remove the reduction of side and rear yard setbacks in single and two-family zones and to increase the setbacks now required for buildings with more than 2 units is essential. It is crucial to mitigate negative impacts of increased density on neighboring adjacent properties as much as possible. There was concern about the uncertainty of the continuation of high-frequency transit routes. The solution of removing this limit to allow increased density and decreased parking requirements in all areas of the city is probably the worst solution possible. You need to come up with something more cognizant of the totally foreseeable parking chaos that will ensue, especially with 3 to 4 unit projects. The idea that a pilot program will impact chosen areas disproportionately is precisely the point of a pilot program. You want to see what will happen if policies are enacted. The fact that you are clearly concerned about negative impacts says it all. What is good, duplexes and two-family houses, is not new, and what is new is not good.
Okay, thank you, Lynn.
Brian Burnett.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Adrian.
Thank you. Jason Barlow, then Paul Flood, and then Amy Hawkins.
Good evening. My name is Jason Barlow. I live in the Foothill Sunnyside neighborhood. I appreciate your time this evening. I'm here to speak in opposition of this proposal. Many tonight have spoken about the logistical and enforcement deficiencies of this proposal. I agree with those concerns. As I've read this proposal, I can only conclude that this is a short-sighted and naive effort to solve the affordable housing challenge that we as a city face. This proposal neither adequately addresses affordable housing nor uplifts the communities in need of uplifting, but it does carry the real potential of damaging neighborhoods that have historically made Salt Lake City a great place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow.
Paul Flood, Jen Colby, Jan Lundquist.
Okay, no Paul. Moving on.
Paul, going once,
Gone.
gone. Jen Colby, then Jan Lindquist, then Chad Whitaker.
Ready? Yeah, Jen Colby, District 4. These are my personal comments. Affordability clearly matters, and the proposal as written won't fix this. How did we get here? 50 years of neoliberal economic policy in this country that fully abandoned public housing that was already plagued by underinvestment and racism, and that has left us vulnerable to market shocks. If we don't remember what happened in 2008, 2009, or more recently, we are in trouble. Density and more market rate supply alone does not guarantee affordability. As Envision Utah's 2020 housing report notes, look at the housing costs in downtown Salt Lake City or Sugar House, which are two of the densest areas in the state. Most of the new multifamily housing complexes are designed and marketed as luxury apartments that don't even pretend to be affordable, unquote. The past decade was a missed opportunity for inclusionary zoning here and stronger affordability strategies. Those were mostly in TSA zones, which from my own personal analysis as a graduate student are completely underperforming based on those incentives. We're just doubling down here if you go forward. Jim Wood projects indeed that market rate multifamily complexes are going to be overbuilt. Redfin reports that real estate investors have been buying up 20 to 25% of homes in major markets. This overlay fails to take land price inflation and financial speculation into account. There are numerous other issues, many noted in the staff report. Planned development should remain. It's a mistake to tie zoning to UTA's bus lines. Lack of bus service shows where the city is lacking density, not the other way around. The city is still designed as car dependent, and transportation needs to get its act together and implement sustainable safety, so we stop complaining about traffic and parking. The city lacks effective tracking. We fail to preserve naturally affordable housing and existing structures, and the antipathy to historic preservation is appalling. We have numerous unit legalized historic properties that are sixplexes.
That's time. Thank you, Ms.
And
Colby.
we have many other solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, Jan Lundquist, then Chad Whitaker, then John Ribbons.
Hi, I'm Jan Lundquist, and we live in the Highland Park neighborhood, and we strongly oppose the overlay project or proposal. Infrastructure issues in our neighborhood have already been addressed. But the one thing that hasn't, I think, is that Salt Lake has a lack of single-family homes for those who want to buy them. And I don't understand why you would knock down single-family homes to make room for a fourplex with shared bathrooms and a shared kitchen. It sounds horrific. The other thing is that we already have so much high-density housing around us. You have Sugar House with Sugarmont. Highland Drive has huge buildings going up. The Brickyard is now surrounded by condos or apartments. 2100 East and 2100 South has some huge thing going up on the corner. 700 East, more high density. Why aren't these being made more affordable? Sugarmont, when it first went up, I thought it was a hotel, and then they put another one in front of it. So it's upsetting. We've lived in the neighborhood for 40 years. I have people on my block who grew up in this neighborhood and then took over their parents' house, which is something we'd like for one of our children.
That's time. Thank you, Ms. Lundquist.
Chad Whitaker, John Ribbons, and then Crystal Rudds.
Hello, I'm Chad Whitaker. I'm homeowner in the Sunnyside neighborhood. I think it's clear from your own website that this is a developer-focused initiative, a developer handout. Homes don't operate the same way as cars, and it's appalling that one of your commission members made that comparison. Cars depreciate in value, homes appreciate, which means rent will always go up. I know people in Vancouver, Canada, who make up to $500,000 who cannot afford to live there, despite overwhelming supply. I'm appalled that you would attack my neighborhood after you already ruined Sugar House when you have plenty of city land to build on, assuming that supply and demand actually worked in this scenario. You have no teeth to enforce any rent prices, nothing. As home prices rise, you always will have rent increase because that's the economic incentive that we are surrounded by. And in the state of Utah, with no rent control laws, the city has no way to enforce any of this. So I oppose this proposal wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Ribbons, then Crystal Rudds, then Jared Stoddard.
Hi, my name is John Ribbons. I'm with Wasatch Tenants United. I think, like another one of our members said, some points have been hammered home. There's some points that I want to make sure get hammered home further. Increasing housing stock does not inherently drive down the price. You can see this in multiple cities. There is no precedent where you deregulate housing and you deregulate the ability for developers to build housing and you see rent fall. The one example you might point to might be Minneapolis. Minneapolis has citywide inclusionary zoning. So denser housing and more housing means inherently more affordable housing will get made. There's not an instance where you see a city increasing its housing stock and that inherently lowering the rent. So that needs to be done away with. $1,400 a month is not affordable. You should not be giving landlords zoning incentives and allowing them to break zoning laws or circumvent them, whatever you'd call it, in order to encourage them to do this, or SROs for that matter. We've been very clear on that. And lastly, something I want to touch on, enforcement. We can afford to send cops to every corner who harass homeless people. We can afford all kinds of things. As far as enforcement goes, the Downtown Alliance has dozens of people on the streets bothering homeless people, telling them about, oh, did you know there's a homeless shelter? You're homeless. Did you know there's a homeless shelter? And then they tell the cops, and the cops will go there and kick them out. How much money do we spend on that, and how much money could be saved if we had affordable housing for these people to live in? That is what I think we need to drive home. Affordable housing will save the city more money in the long term, and enforcement of affordable housing is absolutely something you could easily, again, like something with the Airbnbs, you could easily get neighbors to tell the city, oh, hey, there's a landlord here that's not renting it. Or, hey, there's lots of cities. Kansas City just established legal help for tenants from the city level, where if a landlord is breaking the law, the city will represent them. There's a lot of options that aren't even being considered here. And I think that this proposal as it stands is totally unacceptable and just needs to be brought back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Crystal Rudds, then Jared Stoddard, and then David Berg.
Trying to start my timer. Good evening. My name is Crystal Rudds. Thank you for your time and thank you for this open hearing. I am speaking in solidarity with the Wasatch Tenants United group and with individuals labeled as cost burdened in the 63-page report that I read. They are mentioned 4 times. I am an assistant professor of English at the University of Utah, and I moved from Salt Lake City because my rent was too high. My previous apartment rent is currently higher than my mortgage. And I'm speaking as a privileged homeowner because I think that's who this affordable incentives proposal is targeted towards, right? We want a diverse middle-class population to move to Salt Lake City. but I'm also speaking as a Black woman living in Salt Lake City, because those at 30%, 40% AMI and below disproportionately look like me, right? Lower income communities are made up of people of color. The issue I have with this proposal is the definition of affordable. I think it is highly distorted. I think the language of the proposal is entirely too loose. If you have incentives that are at or below, that leaves a lot of room for developers to only build for those at the target income that they want to attract. And this leaves room and promotes the existing rents in the area being raised. I also want to just speak to the dichotomy that I hear between homeowners and renters. I was a renter in Chicago, which is much more dense, much more dangerous, Salt Lake City, than our present community, and I've rented for over a decade. So renting and apartments do not automatically attract crime. Low income or no income is what attracts desperation and crime.
That's time.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms.
thank you very
Rhodes.
much.
Okay, we have Jared Stoddard, then David Berg, then Chris Curran.
Jared Stoddard, Hillside. I'm nobody of note, but I, for one, would like to thank the Planning Commission. Thank you for your priorities. Despite having not one, but two four-way intersections within 100 feet of my home that have been decades without a stop or yield, you divine our real need, greater population density. Thank you for your vision. It takes grit and lots of help from the Good Idea Fairy to drive a solution to a non-problem. There are not thousands of future residents huddled outside the Chamber of Commerce begging, please, it's cold outside and we've nowhere to play Fortnite. Thank you for the privilege. I'm honored that my own tax dollars can be used to conceive, research, design, and market a policy to destroy our home values. The color flyer and euphemisms have convinced me that this is in somebody's best interest, but not ours. And yet we bear the burden. Thank you for your fight against the suburbs. I say we need to eradicate all manicured lawns, fruit trees, and the screeching of children at play. What we need instead is more concrete and cars and people who really don't care what you do and who don't have to miss a daughter's lacrosse game to attend a meeting like this. Thank you for perspective. I mistakenly thought that 30+ years of 16-hour days to own a home in a quaint and stable neighborhood was an American dream. I'm ashamed for my presumption and selfishness. And finally, thank you for your loyalty. After fighting off annexation by Mill Creek, you reward us with a shrug. Thank you.
David Berg, Chris Karen, and then Jan Lundquist.
Thank you for this hearing. Appreciate listening to the words of the community and what we really think of this flawed proposal. My name is David Berg. I'm a resident of City Council District 3. Boy, this is low. I'm also a Greater Avenues Community Council board member, and for my job, I'm a community healthcare worker with our unhoused population. Though I speak on behalf of neither of those, I speak for myself. Sorry, I wrote down my notes. I know I see the results of our current misguided city policies daily. I see residents that were evicted from truly and actually affordable housing daily. I see those evicted from the Carlton, the Annex, La France, and so many others that were evicted from, that were made homeless by RDA-backed projects that serve only to engross, that serve to only enrich big developers. Let's see. The current proposal will not provide any truly affordable housing and will only have the opposite effect, raising housing prices for all while further lining the wallets of big developers, including our current mayor's own family. We need more regulations on developers and their campaign contributions, not less. If you break down the actual numbers, the misleading numbers, I might say, of this Trojan horse, you see that it's the opposite of affordable. 80% of AMI, which of course that's AMI for a family of 4, that's not talked about much. That's the AMI of family of 4, despite that most of these apartments are studios and 1-bedroom apartments. It's offensive on its face.
That's time, Mr. Burke.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, the monthly income is the monthly rents are $2,049.
Thank you.
How many of you can afford that housing?
Thank you. That's time, Mr. Burke.
You're not struggling for housing. You're not on the street.
Mr. Burke, that's time. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Chris Karen, and then Jan Lundquist.
Hi, my name is Chris Carver, and I have lived in Sugar House for 22 years. In the recent years, there has been many apartments built, mega apartments built everywhere in Sugar House. And now they are trying to do that into our neighborhoods. You know, and my question for you is, how many more people are you trying to shove into Sugar House? Having so many empty lots everywhere. Go down 900 West, empty lots. Why Sugar House? You know, and my other question for you is, what can we do to make you say no to the developers? And we will do it. That's everything. Thank you.
Jan Lundquist.
I think she already spoke.
Did she? Okay. Go on.
Okay, so we have, we're out of cards of people that wish to speak. Oh, well, no, we're not. Okay, we've got a few more.
Kristen Arnhem? Kristen Arnhem?
Okay.
Holden Holloway?
Did they wish to
These two
speak?
don't wish to speak.
Okay.
This one doesn't say.
He's not here. Okay, so we have no more cards of people who have indicated they wish to speak. I have a number of cards that I will read into the record of people who indicated they did not wish to speak, but will put their comments in the record. So Monica Hilding has a card in opposition. She says, stop catering to developers. They are only interested in making a profit. There is so much speculation. So many single-family homes are being rented as Airbnbs. These people don't even live in Salt Lake. They don't care about our neighborhoods. There needs to be enforcement to control this speculation. Paul Misaka, in opposition, this proposal falls so far short of the true needs of the people of the city. Change 80% AMI to 30% AMI, then we would be closer. Back to the drawing board. Norman Yonker, in opposition. He did wish to speak, but he didn't come when he was called, so we'll read it in to the record. Historic neighborhoods should be protected from development that would destroy them. Jessica Eichbauer, in opposition. I cannot afford to pay this much rent, and if you approve this, it will make it okay for all the other landlords to raise rent. I am a single parent, and I live in this area because of the great schools there are. Arlo M, in opposition, affordable housing should be affordable. This proposal is not sufficient in supporting Salt Lake City's working class. 80% AMI for housing is unacceptable, and this would further perpetuate Salt Lake City's housing crisis. Alan Cunningham, in opposition. I agree that we have a housing problem. The proposed change is not the right solution. This would be harmful to the character of the neighborhoods. Barb Schultz, in opposition, no comments. Phyllis S., in opposition, no rezoning, please. Leanne Welch Burnett, I hope I pronounced that right, in opposition. I am not in favor of changing our single-family neighborhood to allow fourplexes, cottages, etc. It will not improve our neighborhood due to extra cars, tight setbacks, and will only benefit building developers, not homeowners. Amanda Andreas, in opposition. Please address extremely narrow streets in Highland Park and no parking space proposed. Jessica Hernandez, in support. Affordable housing is a necessity. I have read some of people's worries about parking, school children desirability. This is a great location for affordable housing because public transportation is already in place and is close to many work locations and shopping. It is a walkable area. We live in condos, and when families like ours grow, they move out of the area because they cannot afford to buy in the area. Other people are concerned about the size of housing, views, and yard size. There are currently single-family homes newly built which do not fit under this criteria. Dan in Rampton, in support. He didn't mark that. Here's his comments. I support incentivizing affordable housing. It's necessary to keep Salt Lake City a thriving, diverse place, not just a monoculture only upper-class people can afford. I just want to make sure that developers aren't given a free pass to do whatever they want simply by including affordable options. We just need to balance incentives with enough oversight to see that development is done in a responsible and sustainable way so we're not stuck with problems a decade from now when incentives have run out or can't be enforced and the developers have moved on and can't be held responsible. Mary Catherine Yonker, in opposition. There are so many apartments in Sugar House, this seems very unnecessary. This will affect homeowners' values of their home. Susan Olson writes, the city needs to educate the public about the restrictions the state legislature puts on cities' options. The generation gap seen in the comments is a heartbreaking, the haves and haves not. The city-state cannot control people moving here. I do think the most valid criticism is the lack of evidence from other cities about whether such zoning tweaks achieve the goal. Tian Jin L, just in opposition. Paul Flood writes, concerned about parking rules associated with initiative. Proposal only requires 1 parking spot per unit. This is insufficient, particularly for 3 to 4 unit properties. Be realistic, most people own a car, and most residents of these multiple unit properties will wind up parking on the street. This will be a major impact to adjacent property owners who use on-street parking for periodic tasks. For example, waste cans, weekly use. The initiative proposal should be modified to require a minimum of 2 off-street parking spots for each unit. Holden Holloway, in opposition. The proposed zoning plan is ineffective with issues such as affordable housing, parking, and infrastructure. How can we get back to a housing economy that can support our younger demographics to help build wealth? What about effective public transportation? Abby Minkler, in opposition. Highland Park has no infrastructure for this project. Power, water, sewer, parking, street widths are all outdated. We don't want this project. Greedy developers need to go elsewhere. I echo the sentiments of every speaker tonight who opposed this rezoning plan. Not in my neighborhood. Kirsten Arnim, in opposition. Cap rent or control, quit lining developers' pockets. That concludes who we have cards for, but I will...
Madam Chair, we did receive a few emails during the
okay,
hearing
that's what
as
I
well.
was just going to ask.
All right.
Go ahead and
Not-
read those
not
into the
quite
record,
there,
John.
so. This is an email from Rick Gregory, to whom it may concern as a resident
Can
and
you
homeowner.
speak into your
Yes,
microphone
sorry
better?
about that.
Thank
To whom it may
you.
concern as a resident and homeowner in the Foothills Sunnyside neighborhood, I have a major concerns about this proposal, in particular the change to setbacks and building height. Solar access. Placing 30-foot high boxes closer to the property line could negatively affect many homes with solar panels. A 30-foot building will create a shadow 60-foot long at the winter solstice in Salt Lake City. My property is less than 60 feet wide, and the yard would be in shadow just about all winter. Even panels 15 feet above the ground, like a first floor roof, would be shaded unless they were more than 30 feet from the building. This is not acceptable. The next email is from Heidi Middleton. When considering affordable housing initiatives, it is imperative that we tackle the issue of homes being snatched up for short-term rentals. Airbnbs are strangling our neighborhood. We've had almost no single-family homes for sale over the last 2 years. Long-term renters are being evicted, and the school is being evaluated for closure because what used to be a neighborhood full of kids is now a ghost town. Our neighborhood has an estimated 160 of these rentals just listed on Airbnb. That removes a significant stock of housing from the market for purchase or rental. We need stronger laws and stronger enforcement. The next one's from Heidi Belka. I'm a homeowner who bought my home in a residential neighborhood 10 years ago. I'm now surrounded by Airbnbs on all sides. I live at 235 West Reed Avenue, 84103. I've had to report these Airbnbs to the city so the property could comply with the city ordinance of obtaining a license, and also so they would comply with the minimum 30-night short-term rental ordinance. They've largely skirted around this law, reverting to 2-day minimums when they thought they weren't being watched. It is a nightmare for my family to this many strangers coming and going. I purchased my home in residential, yet the city issues licenses to these, quote, hotels, and then the city fails to have adequate process for enforcement of compliance. I have friends, neighbors, and coworkers who are being evicted from their homes so the landlords can turn their property into Airbnbs and the like. If you want to talk about affordable housing, you have to address the illegal vacation rentals and the process to hold them accountable. Furthermore, create an ordinance much like Oahu's 90-day minimum, or simply outlaw these businesses in our neighborhood. We have an infestation in West Capitol Hill and the Marmalade areas. There are over 160 illegal Airbnbs. This does not include other vacation rental sites. And I think lastly, it's from Adams Center. To many of us transplants now lucky enough to call Utah home, it is a very young state with a short history and a small population compared to much of the country. There are extremely few residential areas in the state with any sort of historical significance or discernible character. Perhaps us, quote, outsiders can see these rare locations much easier than those requesting the zoning changes. I am sure, however, regardless of being naive, everyone living in these neighborhoods recognizes how important they are for the state. What does exist in spades in the city and county are cookie-cutter neighborhoods, unfathomably wide streets surrounded by dilapidated commercial and industrial real estate, all close to transit downtown. So why on earth are zoning changes being proposed to destroy one of Utah's largest central neighborhoods and homes which are already overcrowded with small streets and difficult parking when such better options exist? Instead of rezoning some of the most historic, cohesive, desired, crowded, and expensive real estate in the valley with the end result of destroying its charm and value, perhaps focusing on areas of the city that are in disrepair with vacant commercial industrial space with plenty of room to house both people and their vehicle while still being closer to public transit in downtown is a more intelligent route. I implore the Commission to immediately remove neighborhoods found on the National Register of Historic Places from these new zoning changes. If not, then all of Yellowcrest needs to be added to the local historic districts beyond its few smaller subsections along Harvard. The small number of families that this new zoning would accommodate would have a large and negative impact on these neighborhoods while not even putting a dent on the true numbers of the housing crisis in which we now find ourselves. Build up the undeveloped or underutilized real estate with inventory that actually makes a difference instead of destroying the long-standing cohesive neighborhoods at the peak of their appeal. Do not ruin Yellowcrest. Do not ruin historic, unique neighborhoods because once they are gone, you will never get them back. Utah has precious little character left to lose. I think that's it.
Okay, you made that last one under 2 minutes. Good job. Okay, with that, we have no more cards. We have no more emails that have come in. All right, I will close the public comment period and bring it back to the commission. This is the time for our discussion with Sarah. But first of all, Sarah, I'd like to give you an opportunity if there were anything that was brought up that you really want to address first. I know you were taking notes, but if you feel like you just want to enter to a discussion, let me know.
There's nothing that I wanted to bring up at this point.
Okay, so there weren't a lot of questions that really came up in those public comments, which is fine. But I did write down a few things that I feel that I heard that I would like you to clarify for the record, because I think they were not correct. But I want to hear it from you. So, are there tax breaks for developers in this?
The zoning amendments themselves do not have tax. The zoning amendments themselves do not have tax breaks written in them.
That's what I thought. And then I think that it might be helpful too if you kind of clarify how the city defines like low, mid, and high density, because that was a term that was thrown about talking about fourplexes, which I think we just needed on the record for the public how the city looks at those things.
Low, middle, and high density.
Speak up, please.
Sure. So I think that a technical definition that's worth mentioning that's in the zoning ordinance right now is that a multifamily dwelling is three or more units. What the other definitions that are proposed to be added are for 3-family dwellings and 4-family dwellings. I'm guessing that's not exactly what you're wanting me to get into, but those are some definitions that are proposed or added. But I think we have, I think we wanted me to talk more about different kinds of residential districts and what those densities are. So it's kind of different areas, different master plans, I think, have different densities that they kind of ascribe to each type of residential area, whether it's a low density, a mid,
Speak up, because I can barely hear you.
Kind of medium density or high density. I think that what this is proposing is to add some kind of small incremental density to those low density areas. I don't think that in terms of dwelling units per acre or the quantity of units, it would change those low density areas to be high density. It would be kind of an incremental increase in density with those townhouse or potentially the 3 or 4-plex units.
Okay. And then we heard a lot tonight about loopholes. I'm not really sure what they meant. Have you been getting public comments that have identified exactly in this proposal what they consider to be a loophole?
I'm not aware of public comments that have pointed out specific loopholes as far as things to be removed or eliminated.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to the commission to have a discussion, talk to Sarah about certain things, and let's come up with some issues that we would like her to look at revising. Okay, I'll start. I definitely have a strong appreciation for the comments that we received that 80% AMI is just way too high. We should be, if we're going to be taking on an affordable housing overlay, we should really be a little bit more bold than that. And I also agree with the sentiment to look at increasing it from 20%. Again, it's a matter of being bold. And I don't know that we would accomplish the type of impact that we're hoping to across the board of people who live in the city, which is all of us, right? We live here. And so I would really like you to consider increasing decreasing the AMI and increasing the percentage of required percentage of the development. I also want you to look at the possibility of including these incentives for housing vouchers. So that is one thing that we know that we have a struggling population, not just people like, say, in the homeless shelters, but also with the YWCA of battered women who have a lot of kids, or, well, it doesn't matter how many kids they have, but they get these housing vouchers and they expire because they can't find housing that will accept them. And so I would like you to look at including incentives that somehow incorporate their acceptance of housing vouchers.
Potentially incentivizing including housing vouchers. Potentially incentivizing including housing vouchers into the amendments.
Yes, I think we need to spell that one out because they do kind of fall under the radar, and then we have a huge population of need that have housing vouchers that they've been given mostly through the federal government subsidies, but nobody's accepting them, and then they expire, and then they're back to square one. And so I would like the housing overlay to consider how we could incentivize those acceptance.
But is that really a land use issue? I guess that's where I'm struggling with some of these challenges. And to me, that's one of the overall challenges with this ordinance is we seem to be merging what would be a housing program with land use.
Sure.
And I have a problem with the deed restrictions as our only way of enforcing this, and as the only carrot is, some of these density bonuses. I think we need to look at what, if you want to look at where cities are doing this, like look at Park City. They've got a whole housing affordability and workforce housing program. It's all managed by deed restriction. It can be really difficult and cumbersome to work with.
I agree 100% that it might not be a land use issue, but I've heard other places that the housing voucher is a problem as well. And I think the fact we heard this tonight, I was very moved by her testimony. And I think the city can do something about it. I don't know whether my understanding is in Utah, you have to opt in to the program as a landlord. There's a certification process. And so I don't know whether the city can work with Utah Housing Corp. That would be what my hope is, that if the city, and it might not be the planning division, but it might be some other area of city government that works with Utah Housing Corp., which administers the vouchers. Because this is federal money, and to me, vouchers are the best way of addressing affordability. And so I echo kind of Amy's, again, I don't know if it's planning staff, and I agree it's probably not a planning staff, but it is something the city can do working with Utah Housing Corp.
Yeah, I would just hope that these are ideas that you can explore, and certainly come back when the next meeting and let us know that that is just a no-go, or what those things are, to explain that to us. So I'm just throwing out considerations for you.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
So I think there are a lot of things in this that I could go along with pretty easily, and we didn't hear a lot of pushback on from that, and I think we ought to identify those so we can sort of set those aside for a second and see if the commission also agrees with those, so that this is something the planning staff could think more about. We had a lot of pushback on single and two-family additional housing types, and so I think that section needs some better reworking, more examples, more visual ideas, a better sense of how and where this would be okay, because I think that there was, like I said, a lot of pushback on that from both, from all sides of the question. All of the neighborhoods actually were pushing back on that one, and I think that's a difficult one. However, things like the getting rid of the minimum lot size for RMF 30, RMF 35, RMF 45, RMF 75. I think this is something that has actually held back some things from being done. And in my experience on the Planning Commission for however long I've been here, 5-6 years, these are occasionally things that come before us that I think if there were a lot more flexibility in that arena, it's a pretty easy thing to do. I'm only concerned that it would make small, really tiny units, and as long as we have some kind of minimum unit size, I think we'll be okay on that one. Adding different housing types to the CB district, the CC district, the CG district, the institutional zoning districts seems to me to also be a no-brainer, especially and if those have the affordability requirements. The zoning districts where there might be, or we might have administrative design review or additional building height, and sort of pass over public review and planning commission review. I have a little difficulty with that, but I would like to have a little bit more information about how often those are actually turned down at the planning commission or modified significantly through planning commission. Because my sense is that there's actually not a lot of times where there's a huge effect that having a public review has on those projects. And I'm sympathetic to people who say, well, the public's not getting any way to talk about this. And the same thing with the plan development process. The lots with the street frontage, I mean, how many of those do we see? I think we get 2 of them tonight. Later on, much later.
There's cookies.
Oh, thanks.
They'll help you.
And, you know, I can live without seeing those again, and that would be okay. So I think that, I mean, except for a few things here, I'm also in agreement that the AMI of 80% is meaningless, and that we need to be more aggressive. In which case, we may also need to be more aggressive on the incentives. So that is something that I would definitely consider. But I don't think anybody who owns a single-family unit is gonna, who owns one, who is living in a neighborhood, who owns a single-family unit, is gonna be incentivized to build an affordable unit inside their house. They're gonna build an affordable unit if they need, they're gonna build a unit if they need it. They're gonna let their child live in it or their, grandmother. And so the only people who are going to do that are people who are real estate developers who are going to buy up a bunch of single-family houses, and I'm very concerned about that.
I have a couple of things, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead.
There was a lot of concern about that there were loopholes allowing more SROs or micro units, without a lot of loving that idea. Can you tell us if those things are changed with this section?
So this proposal does not include regulations related to SROs. My guess is that the council office mailing that went out included a number of different housing-related proposals on the same flyer, and SROs were included as part of that flyer. And so I think that's where some of the comments where there were overlapping concerns came up. But this proposal itself does not directly affect SROs or the shared housing proposal.
But we do have a proposal like that before City Council, do we not?
Right.
That the Planning Commission has passed at some point.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's at the council
But it's a
office.
separate proposal.
It's a separate proposal from this.
Do any of our standards right now have a minimum unit size?
The existing standards do not have a minimum unit size. The only place in the proposed incentives that has a minimum unit size is for the RMF zoning districts, and that has a maximum of 25% of the units could be 500 square feet or less.
Okay.
Is there a way to think about if we're concerned if the affordable units would be?
Oh, speak into your microphone.
Is there a way to address that affordable units maybe aren't, like if the whole, maybe the affordable units aren't the only ones that are like set up like an SRO in the project, so they have.
I don't think that's legal. I think they have to be spread out and be equal to ones that are.
That's what I'm saying.
There is
so you can't build like luxury apartments and then 10
Nope.
SRO
So
rooms.
there is.
Let's make sure.
There is a language in the proposal that addresses that states that they need to be kind of comparable in terms of location and size, number of bedrooms, those kinds of things. And they can't be, put in the basement or something like that. Exactly.
Yeah, but that's what RDA did with the Heinz development. They put all the affordable units on one lower floor.
Is there also?
That's legal.
I understand
That's legal.
enforcement is different than planning, but who can we talk to, because we often hear, or who can we make a suggestion to whoever can do something about it to improve enforcement of the short-term rentals?
Well, I think, Sarah, if you would repeat your comment from earlier about state law restricting a municipality's ability to even do much with that.
Sure. I'm going to go ahead and turn over here. Do you have more to add than what I said earlier? Because I know that I don't know too much about that.
I don't, and I think that the city recognizes that it's an issue and it's a problem, but we're kind of strong-armed by the state legislature with laws that say that we can't use their website as an enforcement tool. It doesn't mean we don't enforce on them, it's just difficult. So what they basically do is you have to have a neighbor who's willing to report them and then basically watch them and like take notes on license plates or, watching people come and go. And so we know that it's an Airbnb because it's on their website and we can go and look at it, but we can't use that as a tool, unfortunately. And so it is problematic. We would love to have more help and solutions, but it's going to have to come from the state, unfortunately.
Well, I came from the community council side where that was our concern about ADUs, and it did turn out to be the ADU that was approved turned out to be a short-term rental. So I just wonder if I'll come to that training, you guys will teach me how to do a petition to improve enforcement of short-term rentals in our city.
We can definitely have that conversation when
Thanks.
we get there. So
Because I think it's a big deal. It's a huge number.
I think it is, and I hope people, whether in the audience or the commission, the city does recognize that it's an issue, and we would like to find a solution for sure.
And I personally have reported several of them with case closed. We can't tell you what happened because,
Yeah, they basically ask them, "Is this an Airbnb?" and they say no.
right.
And so
I'm just trying to be a busybody over here,
Right.
so.
I think it is very difficult when so many non-planning issues overlap with what we're doing, and so it leads to this feeling that you're passing the buck and you're just passing it off like, oh, that's not what we do, and it's not that we want to just ignore it, but there are certain things that just are not in our legal purview, but there's such crossover that it is difficult to adequately address these concerns in a way that people feel like you're listening. And I think this might be one of them, but it doesn't mean we can't continue to have these conversations. All right, any other items you want to bring up for Sarah to consider for the next meeting?
I just had some comments.
Okay, you might have
Can you
to
hear
talk
me?
louder.
Hello?
There it is, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make some comments, some observations, I guess, from my viewpoint, if that's okay, to just put them onto the record. The one thing that I heard a lot in the comments that we had today from the public. By the way, thank you for coming and being part of these proceedings. We always encourage public participation. But the one thing that seems to be perceived is that in the things that are approved or encouraged as far as construction in the city, developers seem to have an upper hand. That's one of the things that I noticed was very prominent on many of the comments that I heard. Another thing that also I think I want to mention into the record is the definition of affordable. Was also another one that was really prominent on the comments that I heard. The other item that was also prominent was enforcement. How is that? Well, I'll just leave it at that. Enforcement was the other issue that I saw as well. And the other question that I think kind of indirectly was made is, can the city put a cap on rent prices? And I don't know the answer to that. That's something very complex. But those are the things that I wanted to kind of bring up as far as what, from my perspective, I was able to perceive from the public today. Thank you.
I'm going to jump into and just echo some of the same concerns that AMI is too high and the percentage of affordable housing is too low, and also have a lot of concerns over Salt Lake City's ability to enforce this.
Okay. Sarah, do you have any specific thing that we did not address you would like us to give you feedback on? Or are you as overwhelmed as everyone? You might need a cookie. They're over there.
I will. Just give me a few minutes.
There we go, sorry. It could be a land use issue if you did provide incentives as, I don't know whether there's enough people that have unused vouchers, but if you kind of put a different affordable housing incentive where you have to have enough people accepting enough, so my understanding, and somebody can correct me, the voucher program as it operates in Utah, landlords opt in. So the easy way to say, I don't want to take Section 8 is, oh, I'm sorry, I never signed up for that program. Right. What a shame. But whether you could have a certain number of landlords that had said, we have been certified by Utah Housing Corp., we accept Section 8 vouchers. Because again, check with Utah Housing Corp., but that would be one way of dealing with the Section 8 vouchers.
I can look into that.
Thanks.
So it was helpful when you talked about some of the things that you didn't hear a lot of comments on, or you didn't have a lot of kind of changes that you wanted to make. So there was a proposal for the TSA zones. Right now there's that administrative additional story, and then there was a proposal to add potentially 2 stories in those TSA core areas and then 1 in the transition. Were there any questions or issues
I
with that
will
as a
just state that
proposal?
I actually agreed with the comment that our TSA zoning is underperforming. I mean, look at 4 South, right? So I have no problem with the incentives in relationship to the TSA zoning, because we're obviously what's there isn't really isn't performing to what we had hoped. But if we can then begin performing better and then include affordable units in that, that's good.
Okay.
I would like for someone to do the math on this to see whether it's 1 story or 2 stories, or, you know, what is in terms of the square footage versus the cost of these units versus the cost of not getting the rent on them and so forth. So, I mean, I have a feeling that we need the information, we need the data to know whether this is actually going to work. And the only way we're going to get that is from people who have not affordable housing developers, people who do this for money a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And are any of these incentives going to actually work, but particularly in the TSA zones or in the RMF zones or any place where multifamily housing is already being built to a great extent? Does it do us any good to say you can build 5% more if, 5% more area, which is basically what we're saying, maybe 5% or, I don't know, 20% more area if you take 20% less in rent? I mean, do we have those numbers? Have we done that kind of work? Has that math been done? Because it's a calculation. It's not that hard to do.
Sure, and we've done some preliminary calculations and talked to developers about the numbers, but I think especially just based on the comments from the community and then the comments from the commission about lowering that AMI, we're definitely going to need to do more looking into those numbers and kind of more in depth on those and just seeing what will work and what we can make work as well.
Yeah, I think just to piggyback off of Brenda's comments, one of the things that I hear constantly, but I have no numbers for, no actual data, is the high cost of parking. So we have, a public that's like, we need more parking, but then we have, developers who are saying the more parking, the higher the rent, because parking is not cheap. And so I've been trying to find better data on, and I think that would be folded into Brenda's comments of like, what are the numbers? And you're right. If we're asking for a lower AMI and a higher percentage of required affordable units, then that's going to be really important information, because otherwise this is a whole practice in futility. Okay. Anything else you want from us, Sarah?
No, thank you.
Can I ask real quick to clarify whether these are income restrictions, like the tenants have to meet the income restrictions for this AMI level, or if it's just priced that way? Like, make it really clear in this rules, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Something else, I can't remember.
I think it was income restricted.
Income restrictions, and then depending on if it's using some other kind of program, the rent may be priced at a certain rate.
It sounds like maybe that's not very clear.
Okay.
Okay, I think you're good, Sarah. I have a legal question. Is it Hannah? Okay, since we're gonna have a motion to like move this to the next one, was it appropriate for me to close the public comment?
No, we're gonna keep it open. That's a good question. You're always welcome to close the public comment, and that's never going to preclude you from setting a new public hearing.
Okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to double check.
But if you didn't close it, you would be forced to continue it and have it again. But nothing would preclude you from setting another public hearing date.
So the expectation is that when this comes back, we would have another public comment period with the hopes that they would comment on the new proposal and not the old proposal.
Exactly.
Okay, commissioners, I am open to a motion.
If no one else has any objections, I'm willing to make a motion to table.
Second.
Okay, I wasn't ready. Oh, sorry. It's not working. All these pages. There it is. Okay, so I have a motion from Mike and a second from? Brenda. All right. All right, let's go ahead and take a vote. Maureen?
Yes.
Adrian?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Andra? Yes. Andreas?
I'll vote yes.
Brenda?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
And Levi.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Get to work, Sarah. Have a cookie. We are going to take a break. I was going to say a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and get to the rest of the agenda. Meeting back to order. Let me freaking undig myself from all this paper. One moment, please. All right. We do. Our next item up is the modifications to the Harvey Plan Development and Design Review at approximately 501, 511, and 515 East, 2700 South. This is case number PLN PCM 2021-01092 and PLN PCM 2021-01254. And Sarah, you are up again.
Thank you, Chair. This is a modification request for the Plan Development and Design Review approval for the Harvey. The approval was granted on February 9th, and due to increased construction costs, the applicants have requested revisions. The plan development approval was for additional building height to accommodate sunken garden level patios, increase the maximum lot size, and for encroachments in the rear and buffer yards. The design review approval was for reduction in the front and corner side yard setbacks for the sunken patios and the related stairs, as well as the front and corner side yard encroachments of the steel canopies. So the proposed modifications must be reviewed by the Planning Commission when they exceed the minor modifications authorized by the Plan Development Chapter, which in this case is the change in height. And then for the design review, the proposed modifications must be reviewed when there's a change in materials. So now I wanted to just go ahead and highlight each of the proposed requests. What was approved by the Commission in February is on the left, and then the request is on the right. So the first is for the 500 east or west elevation, and the applicant is proposing removal of the staircases and the sunken patios, and then a change to window wells. And this decreases the need for the height request. The window well depth falls within a permitted obstruction and decreases the overall height of the building to 26 feet. And then on the 2700 south elevation, the applicant is proposing to remove 3 of the staircases for the sunken patios. The patios will remain, but access will be from the interior. And then on the north elevation, there are several material modifications. The applicant is proposing to replace the board-formed concrete with smooth concrete, and then also with some fiber cement board. There is replacement of the solid garage doors with steel mesh garage doors, and then a change in the dumpster enclosure from brick to CMU block that will match the exterior brick color, and then a change from fiber cement board to stucco on some of the walls interior to the project that you can see on the elevations. And then on the east elevation, the applicant is proposing to change from fiber cement board to stucco on some walls. There's also the removal of the sunken patios to at-grade spaces, and then replacement of some of the board-formed concrete with smooth concrete and fiber cement board. The site plan shows the changes to the setbacks on the 2 street-facing facades. These changes were shown earlier with the elevations. On the 500 east elevation, you can see the change from the sunken garden patios to the window wells, and then on the 2700 south elevation, the sunken patios do remain, but the stairs are removed. So the standards of review are the same as with the original approval. The property is located within the CN zoning district. There are the 21A37 design standards, the 21A55 plan development standards, and then the 21A59 design review standards. And so staff's recommendation is for approval of the proposed modifications. Are there questions for staff at this point? Otherwise, the applicant is here and has a presentation.
Okay. Questions for Sarah? All right. And we've got, are you all here? Alec Myers, Tyler MacArthur, David Anderson, and Alina Kowalczyk. Please come. Get your presentation ready. And then, I don't know. You all should just say your names. So that it's in the record correctly. And it's hard when we last saw them, we were virtual, and like none of you look familiar.
Absolutely.
At least usually I can be like, oh yeah, I kind of remember your face, but none of you look familiar. Okay, if you want to just introduce yourself, did you need, are you setting that up? Sometimes that can be finicky, but.
Working.
Okay. And I'm sure as you've learned, sitting over there, you have to really speak into the microphone.
Right here.
That's better. And then you have up to 10 minutes, but you may not feel like you need that. So go ahead. Time's yours.
Okay. As introductions, I'm Dave Anderson with Babcock Design Group, Alina with Babcock Design Group, and Tyler and Alec are with the developer company who's owning this project.
For my personal satisfaction, how do you pronounce your last name?
Kowalczyk.
Okay.
I think you nailed it. First off, I know we've moved on, but on the previous item, I really appreciate that you guys have the durability and resilience to go through a day like today and then come back the next day and do it all again. So were those cookies for everybody or just for you guys? Just kidding. I'll get one later. Excellent. Well, I think Sarah did an excellent job describing the situation. As a refresher, this is a 14-unit complex. It's a for-sale product that Alec and Tyler are very excited about providing for Salt Lake because it does sort of address that missing middle that has come up in housing conversations quite often. It's 2 stories above grade, 1 story below. As you've seen, we've sort of reduced the impact of that lower level on the street frontage. And I don't think that we need to go into depth on most of the project because it was approved back in February, but we did want to outline those changes again and really do appreciate the second hearing here. So on the 5th East side, there were sunken patios that were basically walkout basements, and those are being changed to a daylit basement, a window well. That's not the polycarbonate extrusion window well. This is a CMU product, a concrete masonry unit to match the brick. So we feel that that will be in character with the rest of the building. And then on the 21st South side, each of the units facing that side had a stairway that walked down to a sunken patio. In this iteration, we are keeping 2 stairs, 1 at each end for potential egress, but the thought process is there that any of those units can use any of those stairs to access that shared patio and then the lower unit at that point. The parking structure was fully concrete. It was the board form concrete. That's being modified for a couple of reasons that were triggered by the raising of the sunken patios behind that. We found an alternative which has a siding material that's a cementitious board, so similar product, and will have a similar feel to the board form concrete that was originally proposed. That will, lighten up the structure and have some other benefits for us there as well. With the raising of that sunken patio on the backside of the parking structure, in order to maintain a naturally ventilated parking garage as opposed to a mechanically ventilated, which more equipment and gear that nobody's really interested in, the entry doors for that parking structure are changed to a mesh system as opposed to a solid system. And then the final element that was changed on one of the re-entrant corners, not facing the street and tucked back around, some of the materials were changed from a brick to a hard coat stucco, just looking at some of the costs associated with the building finishes. So in summary, I don't feel that there's a substantial material change that affects the neighborhood with these proposed changes. We do recognize that because of their nature, we do need to go through this process again. If anything, we feel like this is maybe a reduced impact on the neighborhood with some of the changes that we're making on this project. Thoughts?
Yeah, and I'll just add that what triggered this is the volatility in the construction materials market. When we came to you for the first time, we essentially had concept plans, and we're trying to get our best estimates as possible from our general contractors. And as things have been very volatile, we've seen over the last year that construction costs have gone up by about 20%. There's a lot of supply chain issues in the market. When we had some re-estimates done, we just realized that this project wasn't penciling the way that we had it drawn, and we tried to fix a lot of the structural we tried to fix some of the structural things like the low sunken patios that was affecting the cost. So all of this is coming from a cost perspective, and we've tried to just minimize anything that we were doing to the exterior of the building. Some of the things that we did, like adding some of the fiber cement board to the actual garage structure, is an attempt to try to make that garage, look better with some nicer materials. The stucco that we're using is going to not be a standard stucco. It's going to be a very smooth formed stucco, which is a higher quality and expensive stucco. So we're trying to be very cognizant of that. We didn't change any of the brick materials that we had on any of the 2 street-facing facades. So just it was a cost issue, and we're just trying to be respectful of what was already approved and minimize what we're asking for today.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, hang tight. We'll open the public comment period, and if anything comes up that you feel like you want to take a moment to address, I'll give you time when I close the public comment period. All right, with that, I will formally open the public comment period, and I believe we have Judy from the Community Council, if you want to speak first.
I feel like I'm in a cage. Judy Short, Land Use Chair from Sugar House Community Council. I'm sorry, the sunken patios were one of the best features of this project. It's a shame to eliminate them. You don't mention anything about the alley, which is one of the problems with this project. It's going to receive a lot more traffic, especially from people exiting the parking garage and going east to avoid the 27th South intersection. It really should be improved. If it can't be paved, what about at least leveling it out and putting gravel on it to make it easier to drive and navigate, especially in the winter? And I stand by my comments before. There is not enough parking, and there's no overflow anywhere close by in the neighborhood, unless you go up the alley to the street. I think it's 5th East. Now, I did send this proposal around to the people who commented before when we saw it, and I got 2 comments back. One of the neighbors said the proposed new changes have not addressed the real problem, which is parking issue expressed by residents via public comments. Having such high density in this small corner has shown an increased cost to build. As such, if cost is an issue, perhaps the developer should reduce the number of units being built. The other one said, I want them to fix the alley and recognize they're changing the status of the alley to a high-density traffic and therefore should be required to pave the entire thing. But nobody wants to talk to me about this. In my opinion of their new changes, it worsens it. It loses curb appeal and livability appeal. As its neighbor, it will now look more like a multiplex than 5 individual condos without the individual walk-ups on the south. I don't think they should be given approval of this redesign. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Next up, we have Lynn Schwartz.
My name is Lynn Schwartz. I just don't have much to say. It's just a shame that circumstances have so radically changed that the original design can't be followed through because it does change the appearance from that of individual row houses to something more monolithic. And also, I don't think that using cinder blocks for trash enclosure is anywhere comparable to using brick. There's something about brick that just gives a whole different look to a place. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Next up, I have Martin Newbold. Okay, he did not indicate whether he wanted to speak or didn't want to speak, but he has a card in opposition. And Daryl Nab, again, just in opposition. Okay, is anybody else wishing to speak on this item? Okay, I'll officially close the public comment period and bring it back to the commission and give you the opportunity if there was anything you wanted to address in what you heard, but you're free not to.
I think we specifically didn't want to change the row home look of the building either, and I don't think we've actually really done that. The stairwells, the walk-ups, are all in place on all 8 of those street-facing units. It was only the 3 stairs down that were adjusted, and we also commiserate with the loss of the sunken patio on the west side, but that was not accessible from the street. It was essentially a really large glorified window well. And it was only accessible from the interiors of the units. And so the interaction with the street doesn't change, and because we still have the steps up and the stoops in front, we don't feel like the actual row home look of the building has actually changed that much. So that, just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Okay.
We also eliminated.
You'll have to speak up. We can't hear.
We eliminated the sunken patios in the back of the units, but we also added a door so that tenants have an access to the back area and they can enjoy the exterior space as well.
All right, commissioners, I'll bring it to you now if we have any discussion items or anything you want to bring up. I'll just reiterate what I said when this came before us before on the alleyway, because I went to this location. Its current state is in 80% better than the alley behind my house. So it's very drivable compared to what is going on my alley. So alleys are an interesting beast, and they're all in different states of disrepair or use. But I don't consider this high density. My alley gets a lot of traffic, and this is not going to be anything near that, but I don't think, and it dead ends, or it doesn't dead end, but it goes through, what's the street that it's coming out on? I can't remember. Anyway, it's not a full length alley. It's pretty like a short length, so I don't think there'll be a terrible amount of impact, but I don't want to dismiss those concerns. But
we are paving about 50% of the alley.
So there you go. Okay, so that'll direct the traffic will go on that part,
Madam
and
Chair.
it'll keep it by you. If you're ready for a motion, go.
Based on the findings and analysis in the staff report, testimony and discussion at the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve the requested modifications to the previously approved Plan Development and Design Review petitions PLN PCM 2021-01092 and PLN PCM 2021-001254 for the Harvey.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion from Brenda and a second from Mike. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Andra?
Yes.
Adrian?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Maureen?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Andreas?
I'll vote yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And Amy?
Yes.
Okay, that's approves unanimously. Thank
Oh,
you, guys.
yes, too.
Oh, did I forget? Oh, I did. Brenda? Yes. Now it's approved unanimously. I need more cookie, I guess. Thank you all for your patience tonight, sticking with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to the next agenda item, which is modification to the Sugar House Heights plan development at 2660 South Highland Drive, case number PLN SUB 2017-01027.
Madam Chair, I'm recusing myself from this item to avoid an appearance of a conflict of interest.
Great. And we've got Wayne tonight for this one.
Madam Chair, do I go here?
Yeah, just if you'd go in there, and then if the rest of the commissioners will help remember to grab her when we're done. That would be great. All right, Wayne, you're up.
All right, give me just 1 second here.
I love when everybody's just watching me. It's great. All right, this is the Sugar House Heights Plan Development Modification Proposal. Okay. I knew that was coming, by the way. It's a modification to the home design on Lot 2 of the Sugar House Heights Plan Development. Sugar House Heights Plan Development is a 4-lot residential subdivision at 2660 South Highland Drive. It was originally reviewed by the Planning Commission on August 22nd, 2018. The Planning Commission at that time tabled the item and asked the applicant to return with new designs for the homes on lots 1 and 2, and those homes are fronting Highland Drive. The Planning Commission requested that they include features on Highland Drive facades that are typically found on the front facade of homes. The applicant redesigned the homes, and the Planning Commission, and brought it back to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission approved on September 26, 2018. Since the time of the approval, the homes on lots 1, 3, and 4 have been built or in the process of being built. The the building plans for the home on lot 2 came in, and they were substantially different than the home design that was approved by the Planning Commission. Kind of the reason for the Planning Commission review is that, again, the project was approved as a planned development, and the design of the homes on lots 1 and 2 are part of the development plan that was approved by the PC. The plan development ordinance provides some guidance on what to do when modifications are requested, and it lists 2 different types of modifications. One's a minor modification, the other is a major. And in the ordinance, there are specific items that are actually listed that are considered minor modifications. Those can be addressed through by staff or by the planning director. Anything that's not on that list is a major modification. In this case, the redesign is a major modification, and it requires review by the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission can approve it if the new plan is in substantial conformity with the approved plan. Excuse me. So the next few slides kind of show the metamorphosis of the design of the homes. This one shows the original proposal that was presented to the Planning Commission as seen for Lot 2, as seen from Highland Drive. This is when the Planning Commission tabled the item, and they said to come back with designs along Highland Drive with enhanced entryways and a porch, prominent front entry doors, window patterns that are more appropriate, and roof detailing more consistent with the front of a home. The applicant, and I do actually want to note, the applicant that is here today is not the same applicant that presented back in the day. Ivory Homes, who's the applicant today, actually purchased the project after the previous applicants received approval by the Planning Commission. Just kind of want to point that out. This is the revised Lot 2 design that came in along Highland Drive, and this is what the Planning Commission approved. And this is what is being proposed today. I won't go into a lot of detail, just in the interest of time. It's in the staff report. The applicant, I believe, is here and can kind of address questions regarding the design of the home. One of the big reasons for from what I understand from the request, is that back when this was presented to the Planning Commission the second time, when they redesigned, there was actually a mistake that was made in the front yard setback. When it was first reviewed by planning staff, it was determined that the required front yard setback was 22 feet. The applicants at the time went with the 22 front yard setback that did not request a modification to the front yard setback. And so 22 feet is the required setback. Well, when they came in with their redesigned plans, they had actually designed the home, from what I can tell, to a 20-foot setback, which was the wrong setback. And unfortunately, we staff collectively, all those of us that were working on this, actually made a mistake and did not catch that they had designed the home with a 20-foot setback. So the applicant, when they came in, and the current applicant, when they came in with their new house design, you know, we're showing, hey, we need to meet a 22-foot, not a 20-foot, and that kind of required them to do some rethinking in the house design, which is why they're here. This is a little hard to see. I don't know if I can get if that's showing up, but you could see this line right here. This is the project that was approved by the Planning Commission for Lot 2. This is the front yard setback at 20 feet. You can see there's a slanted overhead porch cover that is here that follows a setback, and then there's a concrete kind of patio or porch at grade here. This is consistent with that, but this is at 22 feet, so it kind of pushed the front of the home back away from the front property line a bit, and that's why they looked at doing some redesign work. But it still is consistent, has this kind of slanted porch line. The reason for the slant is because the actual front property line does a little curve on Highland Drive right here. So planning staff reviewed the change and recommends approval. Believes it's in substantial conformity with the approved development plan. And it includes the design, specifically includes the design elements that were requested by the Planning Commission when the item is tabled. And that's what planning staff looked at to see if it still incorporated some of those those design elements. I do believe I haven't met the applicant in person, so I'm not sure. Hopefully the applicant is here.
Okay. Were you finished, Wayne?
Yes, thank you.
Any questions for staff at this time? Okay, I believe we have Clint Larson. If you want to come on up and state your name for the record and anything you want to tell us in addition to that.
Yes, my name's Clint Larson. I oversee custom homes at Ivory Homes. I also oversee sustainability projects, so this has been kind of a real green building science project where we've kind of tested different green building techniques on each house, so it's kind of been fun on the previous three. Wayne covered it really good. Really, the architect who had designed these for the previous developer, we worked with obviously to adjust and get the final construction plans done. And learning on lot 1, which was the first house we built, what the true setback should be. He had to modify this one as well, and it just caused us to adjust the front a little bit, change the porch just a little bit, but we tried to keep it as similar as we could to the previous version. We've used some really nice exterior products there, with some real exterior wood siding, some good-looking brick. I think the homes we've built there so far, I think have turned out great, and the people who live in them love them. So this really was just a setback thing that kind of pushed the changes, and really that's about it. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Larson. Any questions for the applicant, commissioners? Okay, hang tight. We'll go ahead and open the public comment period. I had a card from Judy Short, but it looks like she left. So she's with the Sugar House Community Council, and her comments was, still does not fit the neighborhood. Anybody else who wishes to speak? Any emails, John? That's okay. I will officially close the public comment period and bring it back to the commission. If you have questions or discussion, or I'm open to a motion.
Madam Chair, I actually went out to this property today to look at it, and the house that's built already is very nice. I think it looks good.
Okay.
I'm willing to make a motion.
Thank you, Adrian. Go ahead.
Based on the information in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve the modification to Lot 2 of the Sugar House Heights Plan Development Project Number PLN SUB 2017-01027.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Adrian and a second from Maureen. Go ahead and take a vote. Levi?
Yes.
Brenda?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Maureen?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Andreas?
I'll vote yes.
Rick?
Yes.
And, oh, she's abstained. Okay. And Adrian?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you for your patience tonight. All right, would somebody let Andrew back in? Thank you. All right. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is the row at Ballpark. Planned development at approximately 367 West, 1700 South. This is case number PLM PCM 2021-01241, and Aaron is our planner tonight.
Good evening, commissioners. Chairperson Barry, sorry.
I've been called a lot worse. You're
I'm
fine.
sorry.
No worries.
It's late. This is a planned development request for the row at Ballpark at approximately 367 East, 1700 South. It's a row house style multifamily development. The applicant is requesting modification to allow 4 buildings that would not face the public street. Shout out to Brenda, who said she doesn't want to see these anymore. Anyway, it's required by 21A36010B1 that all buildings shall have a frontage along a public street, and staff is recommending that you approve as proposed. This is a row house style multifamily development with 47 units and 6 buildings, a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. Even though the master plan designates this as a regional commercial and industrial area, the CG General Commercial District does allow multifamily uses. Here's a rendering of what the street frontage will look like. If you have questions about the design, you can talk to Jared when he comes and talks about it gives his presentation. Here's the location of the lot. It's located next to the Costco driveway off of 700 South. It will not be touched. You can still get to Costco while this is being worked on. Here is a layout, a site plan of the development. Building A and Building B, at least one unit on Building B, will front onto 1700 South. There will be internal pedestrian and vehicular circulation, and staff has found that it meets all of the plan development standards. One thing that I wanted to talk about was the neighborhood character. You may notice that the area is mostly underutilized commercial and industrial lots. And as I talked about before, multifamily residential use is a permitted use in the CG district. And staff is kind of anticipating additional development in this neighborhood. And some evidence of that is the 300 West upgrade with the bike lane, the protected bike lane and the sidewalk. There's a draft ballpark plan in the works, and community comments also indicate that they have received inquiries about developing these lots. So just some site photographs. Here's the vacant tow lot, and the vacant commercial building used to have a restaurant and a grocery store. Here's a view of what's going on across the street. As you can see, this is kind of the general idea of what it looks like in the neighborhood. Here's a shot of the 300 West improvements. They are under construction. And then staff recommends approval as proposed because it meets plan development standards. It generally meets zoning standards, and it provides an enhanced product with these modifications. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. Any questions for staff? Okay, we have the applicant Jared Hall. You know the spiel.
I'm Jared Hall. So Aaron sort of joked, but we went to Ballpark Community Council, and that was the #1 issue. You're not blocking the Costco entrance. And we're not. It's not our property. We're not touching it. Yeah, so in this zone, we're by right going to do almost 100% lot coverage at 60 feet tall. We're in a small townhome development that we feel much better matches the character of the development pattern that is happening along 17 South. We're a little further west, but it's kind of in line with what has been happening there. And the lot is big enough that to do that sort of development, we have to have buildings without frontage. That's all I have for you tonight, unless you have questions.
Thanks, Mr. Hall. I will say in our pre-meeting, that was my comment too. So I'm glad I wasn't alone. Any questions for the applicant at this time?
I did see one public comment in the staff report asking about whether or not commercial could be included as part of this. And yeah, do you have any comments as to why that wouldn't be appropriate for your project?
I think the thing you'd do is look at all of the other commercial along that, along 17 South that is not doing well because there's no people there to frequent it. So we're bringing people, so hopefully some of that other existing commercial can start to do better.
I just have a comment on the street frontage on 17 South for the, yeah, Aaron, if you could go back 1 or 2 slides. Forward. One more.
One more, sorry.
That one. So I really like the enclosed kind of fencing area, but I'm wondering if you have plans to do kind of more distinctive lighting to make this feel a little bit more inviting on the street frontage.
So we do have lighting kind of that highlights each door, little wall sconce that we do.
Okay, because I couldn't see anything there.
Show up on the rendering.
There's a lighting plan in the staff report that points to that, but it's not rendered here.
Okay. All right, hold tight and we'll open this up for, oh, you have something? Sorry, go ahead.
I imagine that's old software with the green grass. You don't really intend to put that much green grass in, right? Okay, just making sure.
All right, we'll open the public comment period. Anybody that wishes to speak? John, any emails? Okay, I guess that's another thing of being in an area where there's really nothing going on. There's not a lot of comments yet. So with that, I will officially close the public comment period and bring it back to the commissioners for a motion or any other questions.
So we did have you had contact with the Ballpark Community Council, and they're not, they were okay?
Yeah, we went to one of their meetings a couple of weeks ago, and they were generally okay with it.
We did get a letter in
Costco Drive. Yeah, there was no official letter, but they just brought up the
But
drive.
we did get a letter from Bill Davis, who's been very active with the community council. Not that he's representing it, but.
Okay, I saw the letter, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you
thanks.
might not have connected the name. Right.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Based on the information in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve the plan development request for the row at Ballpark located at approximately 367 West, 1700 South, as proposed.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion from Amy and a second from Mike. We'll go ahead and take a vote. Brenda?
Yes.
Maureen?
Yes.
Adrian?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Andra?
Yes.
Andreas?
I'll vote yes.
Rick?
Yes.
And Amy?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
All right. That motion passes unanimously. Thanks, Mr. Hall.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next agenda item, we have the Black Pearl Plan Development at approximately 968 West Quail Avenue. This will be case number PLM PCM 2021-01306, and the planner tonight is Michael McNamee. And welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. This request is for plan development approval to build 9 curb cuts that would be spaced closer than allowed in a non-residential zoning district to support a new townhome-style multifamily development, and staff is recommending that the commission deny the request. This project is proposed on a site located on the northeast corner of the intersection at Pearl Street and Quail Avenue, close to 1700 South and 900 West. It would be the second of two phases, the first of which would be constructed by right. The site is zoned CG, General Commercial District, which makes it subject to curb cut spacing requirements for non-residential districts. The relevant code provision states that multiple curb cuts are permitted on a single frontage if that frontage is longer than 100 feet in length. And it also says that those curb cuts must be spaced a minimum of 100 feet apart. The applicant is requesting relief from this zoning standard. As proposed, the project would provide 9 townhouse-style residential units in the Glendale neighborhood as part of a larger project that would provide 26 units overall. The size of this parcel is about 1/4 acre, or right around 11,000 square feet. It is long and narrow with about 203.5 feet of frontage along Pearl Street and 54.5 feet of frontage along Quail Avenue. There would be 5 3-bedroom units and 4 1-bedroom units. 2 off-street parking stalls would be required for each of the 3-bedroom units, while 1 would be required for each of the 1-bedroom units. As proposed, the applicant is meeting the minimum number of off-street stalls. The site plan shows the proposed layout of the development with Pearl Street on the bottom of the screen, Quail Avenue to the right. The applicant is proposing to provide a total of 9 front-loaded garages. In order to accomplish that, they would need to provide a curb cut and driveway for each garage, which would be accessed via Pearl Street and be spaced about 4 feet apart. Pearl Street is narrow. The right-of-way measures 33 feet across. Quail Avenue is a more typical width of 50 feet. The applicant is proposing a turf block treatment for the driveways to encourage some vegetative growth. Driveways are excluded from required landscaping, so the turf block does not count towards or against required front yard landscaping. As previously mentioned, the project is the second phase of a larger development. The first phase would occupy what is currently 2 parcels directly to the north of this property, fronting 1700 South. It would provide 17 townhouse-style residential units. The first phase is proposed to be constructed by right and is not subject to this or any other current planning applications. The garages in the first phase are proposed to be rear-loaded, accessed via a shared drive aisle, which itself would be accessed using 1700 South or Pearl Street. The Pearl Street access point would be located directly to the north of the subject property. Presently, the site is a vacant lot. Pearl Street is lacking curb and gutter as well as sidewalks on both sides of the street. Pearl Street is signed for no parking, and it is likely too narrow to accommodate on-street parking in the future. Previously, there had been an abandoned house on the property, and it appears that the home had been vacant for a number of years prior to demolition. The area surrounding the subject property is characterized primarily by heavy commercial, industrial, auto-oriented, and outdoor storage uses. To the north on 1700 South are a small restaurant, a convenience store, an office, and an auto repair business. The neighborhood then transitions to the north and east to a primarily single-family residential character, with some low-scale multifamily mixed in. About 1/4 mile to the west, the Jordan River Parkway Trail, 17th South River Park, and former water park site are accessible via 1700 South. When reviewing this project, staff looked at the general standards in the zoning ordinance, and in particular, the standards for the CG zoning district and the plan development standards, several of which were relevant to this proposal, in particular those related to design and mobility. The applicant is requesting one modification through the plan development process, which is to build curb cuts closer than 100 feet apart in a non-residential zoning district. In this case, there would be 9 curb cuts spaced approximately 4 feet apart from each other. Staff is recommending that the commission deny the request based primarily on the failure of the proposal to comply with plan development standards for design and mobility. The applicant is proposing 9 individual drive access points, which would consume a significant portion of the street frontage along Pearl Street. There are several plan development standards related to mobility that are in direct conflict with this design, as discussed in attachment E of the staff report. This will create an excessive number of conflict points where vehicles will need to cross the sidewalk to access the property. The result will be a streetscape that is overwhelmingly oriented toward motor vehicles. And rather than contributing to a pleasant and safe pedestrian environment, the proposed design discourages pedestrian activity. To access the garages, the applicant is proposing driveways that are approximately 14 feet 3 inches in depth, which is not long enough to be considered a parking stall under the requirements in the parking ordinance, which require a depth of at least 17 feet 6 inches. Off-street parking minimums are being met with the garage parking, so the driveways are not required to be parking stalls. However, staff is concerned that residents and visitors to the property will park in the driveways even given the short length. If this were to happen, parked vehicles would block the sidewalk, further contributing to a lack of pedestrian orientation and potentially causing a safety hazard for pedestrians using the sidewalk. Additionally, a design standard for planned developments is whether building facades offer ground floor transparency, access, and architectural detailing to facilitate pedestrian interest and interaction. Granting this request will allow the applicant to build a design that offers very little in terms of ground floor transparency or architectural detailing to facilitate pedestrian interest and interaction. The facade will be primarily oriented towards the automobile, and as a result, residents and visitors will likely primarily interact with the front of the property in their cars, and pedestrian activity in general will not be encouraged. If this project were built to meet zoning standards, the drive access would need to be built to the rear of the property, greatly reducing the number of curb cuts and orienting the front of the project toward the public realm. Elements of this project do help to implement goals in Plan Salt Lake and the West Side Master Plan. It would add medium-density housing near the intersection of 1700 South and 900 West, which is identified as a regional node in the West Side Master Plan. Regional nodes in general are discussed in the plan as places where housing with a density of 50 units per acre or greater should be built. This project would provide about 36 units per acre, at least on the second phase. But given the dimensions of the lot and requirements of the CG zone, higher density is likely not very feasible. The project would also provide infill on underutilized land, a goal identified in Plan Salt Lake. Additionally, it would provide access to the Jordan River Parkway Trail and 17 South River Park. However, it is worth noting that a similar project built by Wright would also be implementing all of these objectives. Staff has received 2 comments from the public regarding this proposal, both of which were included with the staff report. One of the comments was generally in support, noting that this would allow for a buffer yard between the proposed units and the marine products building to the east. The other comment was generally in opposition of the request based on concerns over impact to the pedestrian realm. Notice was sent to the Glendale Community Council, who requested a presentation from the applicant. After the presentation, the Community Council provided a letter of support for the project, which is included in the staff report. Staff recommends that the Commission deny the request for plan development approval for curb cuts spaced closer than 100 feet apart in a non-residential zoning district. The purpose of a plan development, as stated in the ordinance, is in part to result in a more enhanced product than would be achievable through strict application of land use regulations, while enabling the development to be compatible with adjacent and nearby land developments. Based on the failure to comply with several of the plan development standards, it is staff's belief that this project will result in a less enhanced product than would be achievable through strict application of the zoning ordinance, and therefore fails to meet the purpose of a plan development. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take questions at this time. I do want to make one additional note, which is that the applicant provided a presentation today to staff, and that presentation included some updated elevation drawings that include new designs for the garage doors, and staff
New designs that what?
New designs for the garage doors. And I'll let the applicant speak to that design change, but I just want to note that staff has not had a chance to review those changes.
Okay. Any questions for staff at this time? Okay, thanks, Michael. Oh, go ahead, Andrew.
Thanks, Adrian. Are there previous developments in Salt Lake that look anything like this? I'm just trying to imagine, I think the concern, maybe you can just clarify, it seems like there's potentially effectively no sidewalks if people choose to not park in their garage and they choose to park in the ramp up to their garage. Is that kind of your main concern? And is that, I'm trying to understand exactly.
Yeah, so I think a concern with the length of the driveways is that the sidewalk would become unusable if it were blocked by parked vehicles.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, do you know of any other examples that we could look at to see what that looks like, or?
Go ahead.
My friend in the Avenues has a very short driveway in front of her garage, and we park on it and block the sidewalk all the time. We do it all the time.
Okay.
And every time it's like, that's a bad idea, but we just do it.
Thank you.
And when I walk my dog, I hate you. Just so you know. Okay, any other questions for Michael?
Quick question. How much longer would the driveway have to be to easily accommodate a car and still have the sidewalk?
Yeah. To be considered a legal parking stall, it would need to be 17 feet, 6 inches in length. So it would need to be about 3 feet longer than what it is now. Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Gant, I'll just add there are examples in Capitol Hill of new development that actually have this issue, that we have images
Of shortened driveways or excessive curb cuts?
Both.
Both? Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
I just wanted to clarify.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go ahead and have the applicant come and join us. We have Jordan Atkin and Kyle Griffin on my notes.
Don't trust me with this. Mayday. Well, I might be able to do this without my presentation. Michael, how can I access this? Okay, I'm sorry.
Give me just a moment.
I only have like one image to show you anyway.
Okay. Let's see.
While they pull that up, my name's Jordan Atkin. I'm with TAG SLC. Little history on this. I have a flash drive too, if that's going to be any easier.
It might.
This project was originally brought to us as a commercial redevelopment opportunity under the CG zoning, and it is something that we had considered as we went through our options. As we became more familiar with this particular area, and specifically,
I can just.
Okay, cool. Some of the city initiatives regarding, I think it's the Raging Water site directly to the west that is likely to get quite a bit more. I think the city council even heard more about that proposal, and it's in the budget. We started thinking about how housing could, in this area, could actually benefit that, and it could be a nice amenity. So we then turned our eyes to a more residential-based development. That always starts with apartments, which the site could facilitate, and I think we could do that under the zoning as well. Then you keep going, and then we went and met with the people at CDCU, who had a very successful townhome project directly across the street from us, and talked to them about their experience. They were able to deliver a product at a pretty affordable price point for them. And then we started thinking about how we could do townhomes here. So we actually designed the entire project, phase 1 and 2, and it wasn't until we applied for our permit that this issue came up, because I believe it is only in non-residential uses where this curb cut issue exists. So we kind of made some changes, and now we're here asking for the curb cut. If you want to, it's like a couple more. So this is our proposed site plan. The green is meant to represent landscaping, not necessarily grass. We had a tremendous amount of trees along the northern edge of our property, and although it wasn't
allowed to be calculated in the landscape area. We did do turf block in the front to kind of offset what we were requesting. And then this image is what we were told by staff would be the preferred method of development on this site, which just didn't quite seem to make sense to us, having a 25-foot drive aisle on the interior of a 52, 53-foot wide lot with just a token amount of landscaping in the front for a pedestrian experience, to preserve a pedestrian experience that doesn't exist, and without this project won't exist because there is no sidewalk, nor is there any sidewalk on Quail Street as you wrap the corner. This particular one is 7 units, all of which are 2-bedroom, in order to achieve the same number of 3-bedroom units, which we continue to hear both from Planning Commission, local community councils, and City Council. We would have to drop down to a total of 5 units with this rear-loaded design, where in our current proposal we have not only 5 3-bedroom units, but also 4 1-bedroom and office units. That's all I got.
Okay, commissioners. Brenda, you have a question?
Yeah, I noticed you have, in your current site plan proposal, you have landscaping in the rear of the, that would be the east side of the units, but there's no door to that landscaping from the units. Is that, where's that, why is that?
The whole first level's garage.
Still,
Yeah.
if I had a door, I could put my, thing out there, my,
We would be happy to add a door. It
Good.
just,
thank you. That's all I want, a door. I could
You have a
take my
door.
tricycle out there, I could put my barbecue.
Amy?
I went out there today, and there's not much out there, right? But kitty corner from your lot is a nice townhome. Maybe that's what you were talking
Yeah.
about, CDCU. And they're all rear-loaded, though. I mean, they're really cute. The street frontage are front doors and lights over doors and landscaping and stuff like that. It's not garage doors. And the other half of your development also is rear-loaded, which means that this is the only section. I mean, there's not much there, right? So you're saying there's no sidewalk there, so we can't ruin a pedestrian experience that doesn't exist. But assumably, one will happen if you put a bunch of homes there, one will happen. And it just feels like this is pretty far off to have a driveway every 4 feet when they're allowed every 100 feet. But maybe if it was it doesn't matter because this is the zoning that it's in right now. But short driveways and a driveway every 4 feet across the sidewalk seems like a lot to me.
yeah, we certainly we certainly contemplated that, and the lot it would absorb more than 50% of the total lot depth. So I don't know if this is our ideal either, but this was what we felt was the best we could do given the parameters.
And then this goes to the question that I asked last time. When there's a different proposal brought to this meeting than is in our Dropbox and that was reviewed by staff, what are we voting for?
I don't know what changed.
I didn't know it was different. I'm sorry.
Did you say it was different?
Well, yeah, I didn't
Yes,
see.
Do you have
Commissioner-
a picture of these new garage doors?
Commissioner Burrows, yeah, the information that Michael received prior to the hearing, which was in the presentation, indicated that there was some changes to the garage door design, that they were 100% transparent. Jordan did not show those in the presentation, so I'm not sure if that's what's happening with that
Okay.
change.
So this is the change that I was referring to. It's the garage doors being changed to a transparent design, and I'll let Jordan speak to that change.
Okay. Any other question for the applicant? Go ahead,
Maybe a
Andres.
question, thank you. Maybe a question for staff. So if he was to, I guess there's a 3-foot difference between what could be approved and what he has currently for that driveway to be allowed. Is that correct?
To be considered a legal parking stall, yes.
Okay. Is that something he would have to do, or who determines how long the driveway is?
It's a requirement in our parking ordinance. They can have the driveway this length.
They could make it
just-
longer.
The configuration that they have, it just can't be considered a legal parking stall. So it couldn't be counted towards their required parking.
Oh, gotcha, I see. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, hang tight. We'll open the public comment period. Anybody who wishes to speak on this item? Any emails? Okay, I'll officially close the public comment period and bring it back to the commission. I'll just state that I agree with Amy Burrows in that I tend to not evaluate projects based on what's there, but this idea that what will come, what we're trying to build, versus building for what is the existing conditions on the ground. And if this had come before us with other conditions that had other, other dwellings around it, I would never want to see the front of something be garages. I think I said this on other projects. I think that just kills this idea of interaction to the street frontage. But that's my comments. Anybody, any commissioners have any other discussion items or?
I'm going to disagree with that. I think this is a better project because than having it be smaller footprint buildings with much more paving is what you're looking at. The alternative, also fewer units. So instead of, well, I don't remember the numbers, but it's like 9 versus 6 or something like that. And you have a huge 28-foot, 24-foot driveway in the back that's all paving. In this one, you have open space, green space, trees in the back, and you have paver blocks in the front, which are, by the way, for those who don't know, they are sort of concrete blocks that have grass growing in between them, so that as you approach this, if there aren't people parked in there, then you would be able to, then it's basically going to look like a lawn. I've seen many buildings that are, and this is one of the reasons why I was asking for a door, because I think actually people who buy these units appreciate actually having that tiny little apron of green space in their backyard, even if they don't use it so much. They still want it, and I've been told many times by real estate developers that this is actually a preferred by people who buy them. Now, I recognize that if this is actually a for sale property, I think we want to maximize the number of units that we can do, and I'm willing to suggest that the fact that somebody might park a very big car, okay, bigger than 14 feet long, which is a really big car, in those driveways is not a huge issue compared to having more for sale units.
Thanks, Brenda. Maybe I'm just late because it's late and I haven't processed all the information. I will say that I was bothered by the concept of not having somewhere I can walk and jog, and that really does bother me. But it's 14 feet from the garage to the curb.
Sidewalk.
14 feet from the garage to the sidewalk.
Yes.
And then the sidewalk will be how wide?
That I'm not sure.
4 feet.
They're typically 4 feet.
Okay. So there is 14 feet.
If you pull your car right up to their garage door and crash into it.
14 feet, you're right, that's right.
Which they will not like. Right.
But even if you left a couple feet, most cars are not more than 8 feet, right?
Well, no,
I don't
they're
know.
more
How
than
long
8 feet, but they're not
long are
14
cars?
feet.
A
typical parking space in a parking garage is 18 feet long. But, you know, we all know when you park your smaller car in there, it doesn't work. I mean, if everybody here has a big car, which they might, on the other hand, everybody here has 2 parking garages.
Yeah, I guess I
one
wonder
parking garage. So
whether, I mean, my concern, I think, is that I generally prefer to see designs that don't require enforcement to call the city. Like, this is the Sugar House Chick-fil-A, which I'm hoping we can all address at some point. Because it's just bad design, right? Like, people are always going to fight those rules, and I can keep calling the city every time I see a problem there, but nothing gets done. And my worry about kind of building something which is sort of designed to fail for pedestrians is that if we're kind of, oh, but he got a truck and he didn't bother, some people like to use their garage as like a boat. They want to keep a boat, or they want to keep all sorts of toys in there. And I guess I'm a little concerned whether, we're kind of designing something that, yes, it's true if everybody behaves well, but if we're designing something that everybody breaks the rules. I don't know. I've mixed
I have no
feelings.
doubt that people will park in the what is effectively the driveway, and to the extent that they will block from time to time the sidewalk. Yes,
There are 9 driveways like that.
right.
Can I just jump in and
Yeah.
reiterate that the request before you is for curb cuts? The curb cuts that are not spaced more than 100 feet apart, and not necessarily the driveway lengths. That is a concern
Thanks, Kelsey.
about the proposal in front of you, but it's not the requested modification.
Right.
And Kelsey, that those kind of curb cuts are allowed in other zoning districts?
Yes. Yes.
Just by virtue of the fact that we're in a CG zone that they have to seek a plan development?
Correct.
So because they're looking to invest in an underutilized part of the city where we've got a lack of investment and development going on, and they're coming to ask for a special exception, just given the unique nature of the zoning. And we've had a huge discussion about affordable housing all night long. I'm
How
kind
much
of
we need.
flummoxed by
Well,
why
Adrian, would
this
you
is-
like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion.
I have one quick question before I make a motion.
Go ahead, Leo.
Madam Chair or the legal counsel. Prior to being appointed to this commission, I actually wrote a letter, and I'm part of the Glendale Community Council that submitted a letter in support. So I think it's not appropriate for me to vote on this,
You can
correct?
just abstain when
Sounds good.
when I call you to vote, just abstain.
I want to say real quick, I think there's something to be said for buying a piece of property that you can build what you want to build on it, following the rules, because also the big discussion with today was letting developers scoot around the rules a little bit to build something. I mean, there's a way to still build houses here without 9 curb cuts.
Before you make a motion, I'm still trying to understand what if this was zoned. Suppose this was zoned like the form-based urban neighborhood. Would they have an issue with curb cuts? I'm still kind of like, curb cuts are basically a flattening out. It's like a ramp from the street. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't totally understand. Okay.
So, and Commissioner, it's not as easy as to say, like, in every single other place you could do that. Like, so for example, in a form-based zone, we require to utilize the alleys, so you wouldn't be able to have a curb cut at all. And so we do have other parts of the city that don't encourage the, especially those that are more walkable, mixed use, downtown Chicago. So we wouldn't allow them to have 9 in a row right there. But in some residential zones, yes, we absolutely would allow that. So
Which residential zones would we allow that?
You know what,
Okay.
We've got 50 plus zones, so I don't know them off the top of my head, but generally in more low density types of situations.
Or there's a minimum lot width on the frontage that you can't have a house every 3 feet.
Yeah, and so in a single family neighborhood, your drive approach has to be 6 feet away from the property line. But in this case, this isn't a single family project, and so
Right.
those same things wouldn't apply.
Right. And it's like the first sidewalk going in this kind of neighborhood, and it's going to be a beat up sidewalk.
I mean, it is a street right now that is not going very far, right? You're only going around the block. It's a
Right.
side street to going to another side street.
I think
so
that
it's
is the
not a
thing.
high traffic corridor.
Yeah, Endra just pointed out what I was going to point out, that it looks like these 2 streets will never likely have an opportunity to be any longer, so it's not going to be high traffic, which normally I would be completely against approving this, but given the unique circumstances, I think it's going to be okay.
Okay, Adrian, I think you are ready to make a motion. I'm going to bring it back to you.
Excuse me, the public hearing hasn't been open.
Oh.
What?
I didn't open
Thank
the public
you.
hearing.
Didn't I do that? I did that.
She did. I think
I
she
did it.
She did. She did.
I opened it and I closed it.
Public comments.
I did that.
I'm going to blame David.
I opened it.
Go ahead with the motion.
Okay.
Can I
closed it.
can I ask one more thing before you go for the vote? Is there any possibility the street will eventually not just go to another little tiny street? I mean, is it?
I think there's always a possibility for anything.
There's no, I mean, I don't know, is there other plans in the city for that area?
No, and like the transportation master plan of the street, the major street plan, it doesn't get down to this fine grain of a neighborhood. We're looking at more like arterial collectors, that kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, who knows what could happen in the future, but there's no guarantees right now. So.
Okay, that's it. Adrian, you're on. Go.
Okay, based on the findings listed in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve the plan development petition PLN PCM 2021-01306 as proposed, because evidence has been presented that demonstrates the proposal complies with the following standards, that even the staff report concludes that the application meets 2 objectives stated in the plan development section, and that the project will result in a more enhanced development that would be achieved through strict application of the zoning, because it allows for an increase in density, provides for more units and a greater variety of units in terms of size, encourages the efficient use of land and development and reinvestment on an underutilized parcel. And I would add that the condition that doors be added to provide access to the green space in the rear of the property.
I will second that.
Okay, I have a motion from Adrian and a second from Brenda. We'll go ahead and take a vote. Adrian.
Yes.
Rick.
Yes.
Andra.
Yes.
Andreas.
I will vote yes.
Maureen.
Yes.
Amy.
No.
Mike.
Yes.
Brenda.
Yes.
Levi.
I abstain.
Okay, that motion passes with 7 yes votes, 1 no, and 1 abstention. All right, thank you. All right, moving on to our last agenda item in the public hearing. We have Volunteers of America Large Group Home, a conditional use at approximately 1875 South Redwood Road. Case number PLN PCM 2022-00019. Our planner tonight is David Gellner.
David, the hardest working man in the planning department.
Give me a minute to see if I can queue up the presentation. All right. Okay, ready to proceed when you are.
Go ahead. We're ready.
Okay, so this is application PLN PCM 2022-00019. This is a conditional use for a large group home. It will be located in a proposed clinical detoxification or recovery facility. It's classified as a dwelling large group home, and it will be located in the existing building at 1875 South Redwood Road. The zoning district is CC Corridor Commercial, and that use is allowed as a conditional use in the CC zone. The proposal would allow for 165 individuals to stay at the facility and would have about 20 to 25 staff on site at any one time. The use would be on about 80% of the first floor of the building, and the rest of the building would be devoted to office uses. A little bit of context. Here is the existing office building as seen from Redwood Road, and an oblique aerial view gives you a little bit of an idea of the neighborhood context. It's west of the Glendale Golf Course, and it's surrounded by largely industrial / commercial and office type uses on all sides. It's not adjacent to any single family residential zones. And again, the configuration of the existing building has a lot of parking located on all sides of the building. There's about 280 existing parking spaces. It was a call center for Zion's Bank, as I understand it. So key considerations are those compliance with city goals, policies, and plans, the neighborhood compatibility and anticipated impacts, and any public input in neighborhood concerns or neighbor concerns. For standards of review, we looked at the conditional use standards, Chapter 21A 54080, and also the detrimental effects determination, as well as the base zoning standards for the CC Corridor Commercial Zoning District, and the permitted and conditional uses in that district, and the parking requirements as outlined in Chapter 21A 44. Staff found, and this is included in the analysis in your report, that the proposed development is supported by city plans and policies. The use will be compatible with adjacent development, and it complies with the conditional use standards. And the anticipated detrimental impacts are mitigated by the proposed management and security and operations plan, which the VOA has included in their narrative that's also included in your staff report. That addresses things like loitering, access, how clients will be managed on site, and where smoking areas and other things that could have a detrimental impact will be located. It does comply with the base zoning standards and parking requirements. We did have a suggested conditional of approval, which was adoption of and adherence to the procedures and principles outlined in the management, security, and operations plan included in the narrative submitted by the VOA. Now, to be clear, this is not a homeless resource center, which has a specific requirement for a security and operations plan, but in working with the VOA, Volunteers of America, we did point out what those requirements were in the security and operations plan for a homeless resource center, and they adopted some of those same principles, and again, not a requirement, but they did follow that kind of model for a homeless resource center to have those principles in their management and security plan to mitigate some of those impacts. So staff is recommending approval with two conditions. One, the aforementioned, and then, of course, the standard compliance with all other city department conditions and requirements.
Okay, thank you, David. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, we'll bring up the applicant, which I have as Sue Atavalu and Kathy Bray. If you all just state your name for the record, and Sue can say if I got anywhere close.
Yours is great. I'm Sue Ativalu, Vice President of Program Operations for Volunteers of America.
Okay. I'm Kathy Bray. I'm the President and CEO for Volunteers of America.
Dennis Ferris, Community Engagement, VOA.
All right. Go ahead and give your presentation. You have up to 10 minutes, but feel free not to take that much time.
Yes, we'll be brief. Thank you so much for your time and your hours this evening on the Planning Commission. Appreciate your service to the community. I'm so pleased and just want to thank David Gellner for his thorough service on the planning city team, and also appreciate the favorable recommendation to our application. We would like to make a few brief remarks and then answer any questions you may have. Volunteers of America is a nonprofit human service organization that's been providing detoxification services in Salt Lake County for 36 years. We are excited about the opportunity to go to Redwood Road and provide additional beds for people in our community who truly need the access to this service. The demand for detox currently exceeds the capacity that we have now, and we want to do more, and in a community like ours, we want to be part of the solution. It's especially true as we respond to the opiate crisis. The Redwood Road building gives us that opportunity to expand detox services to better meet community needs and to help more people move forward in their lives and start their journey to be clean and sober. So we're happy to be with you tonight, and Sue's going to make a couple remarks as well. Thank you.
Yeah, so just to share a little bit about our outreach efforts, we presented this project to both the Poplar Grove and Glendale neighborhood community councils, and we also reached out and spoke face-to-face with many neighbors, and we look forward to becoming part of the community. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Levi.
So I live 2 minutes away from this development, and I've been very outspoken about homeless shelters that come into the area, the Fortitude Center. And one of the comments that was made was that there will be management, security, and operations plan. That is exactly what we were promised when the Fortitude rehab center, I don't know what we call the halfway house, was built by my house. That wasn't present when things went sideways, to put it politely. So my children go to school 1 mile away from this development. Even though I'm sympathetic to what we're trying to do here, being someone who's lost a family member to opioid addiction, I just don't think the neighborhood can handle that. Can you explain to us why we're choosing Glendale for yet another resource center?
Yeah, it was a matter really of looking at properties that were available for purchase at the time. It wasn't that we specifically selected a particular neighborhood. When we found the property on Redwood Road that was in the condition and the price, it seemed like a good idea to pursue that for the benefit of the community in general in Salt Lake County. And so it was more of availability and price and location we thought was good as well.
I just want to clarify that not at all a resource center. This is for detox services. Has nothing specifically to do with population experiencing homelessness. And the existing facility on Brooklyn Avenue in the Ballpark neighborhood has been there for 35 plus years with virtually no problems. Ballpark, certainly, we've all heard that there have been issues in the area otherwise, but not concerning this facility. So it is a very different facility with a very different operations plan. However, still want to be proactive and mitigate any possible concerns in the neighborhood, because you and I have talked on that street about these issues.
So enlighten me about what this service and operations plan would include. What kind of things? I don't know. So tell me.
Sure. And Sue, I'm sure you can help with this as well. But it is a detoxification center is a program where a resource center is a place for people to live, and they come and they go freely. In a detoxification center, people check in, they admit to the facility, they admit to the program, and then they stay in the facility until they discharge, or if we give them a pass to go to a particular location. So it's a very structured kind of an intervention where we're trying to keep people very safe during that initial period of time when they stop using alcohol and drugs. So we are supervising all the time. They're within they stay within the building. We have meals in the building, case management as well, and even efforts to help people move on to substance addiction treatment. So they really don't go anywhere, and that's part of how we keep people safe during that critical period. And what else would you say, Sue?
I think you covered it.
So how do people arrive at the facility? How do they know about it? Where do they come from? Are they sober when they get there? What's going on here?
So
Thank you.
Just to clarify, it's a 30-day residential program, completely voluntary. People show up asking for our services, and currently we've had to turn people away pretty consistently. With the onset of COVID, to try and reduce the number of people coming into the center, doubled the time period. It was a 14-day program, doubled it to 30 days. Found out that in doing so, all the data showed that this was a far more productive program. So in doubling the number of days people are there, we need more space. So hence the much bigger building to be able to bring them in. So as far as advertising to bring people in or anything like that, we don't have to. The word is out, having been in the community for 35 plus years at this point. So people come to us.
They just show up on your doorstep, or are they brought in from
Ew.
hospitals?
Yes,
Their,
so a
you know,
mix.
their
All of the
mom and
above.
dad bring them in. I mean, I'm
All of
curious
the
about
above.
how it's accessed by the public.
Right, yes. So people can walk up to the door and ask for services. We have many folks, families, calling for beds. We partner with hospitals that also want to discharge folks and get that kind of detox wraparound services at our programs as a step down from the hospital. We also partner with police. Many times they'll bring folks that they find intoxicated to our facility so that they can get services as opposed to going to jail. And so, yes, we have referrals from all over the place, really.
Purely voluntary, never forced.
Does that mean they can also leave at any time they want during those 30 days?
It's not an in and out. I mean, it's not a jail, so
But if they
it's
wanna
not
say-
forced. They can leave, yes,
Okay.
at day 12, whatever. However, once they're in until they leave. But if you leave, then you've got to restart.
And our staff work really hard to engage with them and build that trust, because part of that is people coming in, many of them are intoxicated when they come, and so our staff really work hard to build that connection so they stay longer so that they can get connected to those treatment services.
Got it. And you did mention that they can be given a hall pass during those 30
Yeah,
days
for
of
specific
treatment.
things,
Very specific.
like going to a doctor or court or something like that.
Got it. Okay. And that's one of the things that I actually have an issue with. Just my experience in the neighborhood with the 42 treatment center. If the other members here are not familiar with that, it's a halfway house for people coming out of jail.
Coming out of prison,
And
yeah.
exactly. And they were given hall passes. One of them left in 2016, killed a police officer. And we were told that they were all going to be supervised and they're all nonviolent offenders. But that does not matter when rubber hits the road and you're there. So
To be clear,
my
Fortitude
concern.
did change its policy so that it was less supervised and more violent offenders, frankly. However, again, all voluntary. Fortitude is not a voluntary setup. That's if you're coming out of jail, you've got to go into this halfway house to step down into the community. This is purely voluntary. If people are coming here, they want to be there.
The other good thing about the 30-day stay now is that we can transition more people directly into treatment. During Operation Rio Grande, there was an expansion of treatment services. Then when Medicaid expanded, we also had opportunities to expand treatment services. The first step to go to treatment is usually detoxification. So you have to stop using, let your body heal, eat, drink water, and just make a decision about what you want to do next. And many of them, while they are living with us, decide they want to get clean and sober and go to treatment. We have a lot more options now in the community where we can directly connect people and make sure that they get directly there safely. So that's another real benefit for the longer stay.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
We will move on to the public hearing.
I've got a question.
Okay.
When somebody is done with the program and they leave the facility, where do they go?
That's up to them.
Yeah, I mean, we are working on a transportation program if people need that. But yeah, it really is up to them. Some go back to their families, some go into treatment. It all depends on the individual.
A lot probably just go back to the street.
Some do.
But we do have case management in place so that we've got, now that we have 30 days rather than just 14 days, to work with this client and connect them with whatever resources they may need for day 31. So to go into a positive housing scenario, to have the vital documents that they need to be able to move on to a better direction in life, or of course to, best case scenario, to get into a long-term substance use disorder bed.
Okay. Okay, let's move on to the public comment period and then hang tight. And then we'll bring it back to us after that. I'm going to open it up to the public. I'm going to officially open the public comment period. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak? Please go ahead.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Thanks for your time. My name is Brendan Moss. I'm a real estate attorney in Salt Lake City. I represent the building owner of this building in the top left corner here that you can see, kind of this Utah shape, and it's up in that corner. The building has been there for quite some time, and it houses professional services like, engineers, attorney type people, and it is interested in maintaining that type of clientele, not destroying the neighborhood, not damaging the economic activity, and continuing the quiet enjoyment that they have right now. We do not oppose the VOA's mission or its goal. In fact, it's very admirable. And in fact, we currently oppose the current plan because we don't think it fully mitigates all of the impact that it will have. But we do not oppose the plan if there is mitigation. And on page 4, what it says is, from the VOA, it says, from the exterior, the building and the program will look like and operate in a manner similar to the neighboring commercial businesses on Redwood Road. And the staff echoed that in their report on page 4, where they say the proposed use will not be out of character for the area and will not introduce any new or significant impacts beyond those of the current use and other uses in the vicinity. Now, if you look at the plan, there's 2 major issues that we have. One is loitering, and they claim that they will control loitering, but if you look at the plan, it only talks about that control as it relates to residents in the program. People are free to check out at any moment. And also, as we heard, not everyone's allowed into the program. So what's going to happen with individuals that come to the door and then are not allowed in the program, or people that stay for 1, 5, 15, 20 days and then leave? A lot of those people will return to the streets, and we don't want this to turn into a homeless congregation area like it has on North Temple or other areas in the city. And without a proper mitigation plan for people that are attracted to the program but that are not allowed in the program, we don't think that the conditional use can be properly approved because that mitigation has not been provided.
So this is going to be time. If you want to just state your second point, I'll let you.
Thank you for the extra time. But the second point was just the smoking issue. We addressed it. They said that our numbers were exaggerated. If that's the case and they want this to look like other businesses, we would propose some sort of limitation so that smoking breaks at this place look like smoking breaks at any other place.
Okay.
So a limitation on types of numbers. Last point.
Thank
if
you.
I could have,
We did get your letter, and I did read it. It was in our staff report.
the location of their smoking area on the west side. It's not on here. We had a meeting finally with them, and it's on this northeast side, which you can see from that building. We just think there needs to be more detail so we know if it's mitigated or not, the impact there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Okay, that was the one card I had after you. So anyone else who wishes to speak on that item? Any emails? Okay, I will officially close the public comment period. Kelsey? I officially closed the public comment period. We'll bring it back to the commission and discuss. I will just say, because we have a number of new members, the state law directs us for conditional use that we evaluate that the applicant is reasonably mitigating. So the standard of fully mitigating is not a directive of state law. And I just want to point that out as we work to educate ourselves on what kind of the parameters of our legal ability to vote on. But definitely public comment that was in Mr. Mawson and the letter that he put in there does talk about, our role being to identify those potential detrimental impacts and then to determine that they are reasonably being tried to mitigate. And that is unsatisfactory to a lot of people in some ways, but that's kind of the role that we have to play in looking at those potential detrimental impacts. And if there is certain things that you think could be handled slightly different to reasonably mitigate, that is certainly up for conversation. But that's our purview under state law. So, commissioners, any discussion items for the applicant or ourselves?
Maybe.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Andres.
Well, I just wanted to see if the applicants had any response to the items brought up by the.
Yeah,
public.
they did in the staff report, but if there was additional items you wanted to bring up, please do. To those points that were raised.
Let's see. There was the smoking issue. I would say that there is a lot of parking lot around this building. And the numbers of people within the building with the new uses are going to be significantly fewer than would have been allowed currently as the call center under Zions Bank. So we're reducing the number of people, and the same smoking laws exist that, you go outside. So I would say exactly what the gentleman's final comment was, that it be the same as any other use in the area. It is, with the sole exception that we are actually, because this is a detox facility, we have men's and women's facilities in there. It'll be on different floors, definitely separated. And so we're going to have two very specific and enclosed smoking areas for those two different programs on different sides of the building. So it will actually break it up and separate it far greater than would normally be the case.
Did you say enclosed smoking areas?
Sorry.
Fenced in.
Fenced in, but not covered.
Yes. Right. There'll be a fenced-in walkway from the door to the smoking area so that it's still controlled access from inside of the facility only.
And then with big concerns regarding loitering, of course, we have no control over random people that may happen by, but the whole point of this building is to double the size of the program so that we can accept everybody in that needs that help. So based on the numbers that we are currently turning away, this growth will give us a large margin of error, some large room for growth in the future, so should definitely reasonably mitigate any of those concerns too.
We'll also be having exterior camera systems so that we can monitor what's happening outside of the facility and help people get to where they need to be, whether that's inside or elsewhere.
Yes.
And I believe you mentioned in your response to those concerns in the staff report that you would put together some sort of a kind of a community group where you would be touching base with various people. Would that property owner be welcomed into that group?
Absolutely. So the neighborhood advisory councils, which we currently do in other spaces that we operate, yes, specifically to engage with everyone in the neighborhood, especially the immediate vicinity, but business owners, residents, anyone and everyone.
Yeah, that particular owner lives in California, but maybe he would have a representative that could join us.
Yeah.
Certainly there's got to be somebody who works there who's like management that
Sure.
could be would be knowing what's going on the ground.
Yeah.
I think that would be, if this goes through, that your advisory council definitely reach out to those adjacent properties.
Yeah, so leading up to this, I have knocked on every door within a half-mile radius.
So if they were part of the advisory council to identify potential issues that are arising, to help continue to reasonably mitigate them. Brenda, did you have some comments?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised I don't see a landscape plan in here. I do see a site plan, but it's basically all parking, and we don't have any indication of where your smoking areas would be, and there's no indication that there might be any other kind of landscaping outside that would be accessible to your guests, to your
David, would you like to come and talk about landscaping requirements in this zone, if there are any?
And, so one of the things which would help maybe mitigate the whole smoking issue and loitering issue is if we actually had fenced-in areas that had landscaping, trees, not just parking lot fixed in, where people could have some ability to go outside, but be protected, and also perhaps where those are located is pretty important because that sort of sets up, the idea that it's really an office building, nothing to look at here, so that those could be in the rear or they could be a more sheltered kind of position.
Okay, it's a change of use on an existing building, so we weren't looking at what those landscape requirements were because they're not required to change the
Right.
landscaping. So what is there is existing. As far as the identification and the floor plan of where the smoking areas are, and I think the applicant can speak more to this, they're working with an architect to design the interior of the building, but that may not have been fully identified yet. So we were just looking at the use, although those understandably are some of the parameters that are going to go into the building.
But understand that that might be part of a condition that would
Oh, of
be,
course.
that would mitigate some of the things which were a part of the community's issues, or might in fact be a benefit to the residents as well.
Okay.
If I may, there's the exact placement of the smoking areas are going to be determined a lot based on the layout of the interior. As we figure out the best layout there, then we can determine which door to use for that. So that's why the lack of specificity at this point. And as far as greenery offsetting it, you can see along the whole top, Glendale Golf Course is the entire section, and then on just the other side of that is the Jordan River Corridor. So there is certainly a fair amount of greenery very nearby, but as far as chopping into the parking lots, yeah, we're frankly focusing our funding on the interior at this point.
We do have an architect with us. Also, Peggy McDonough is the president from MHTN. And we'll certainly continue to work on the design, and I appreciate your comments about trying to provide. In our smoking area downtown, we do have a little garden spot in it that provides some, not only an activity for people to participate in, but also a little bit of greenery. We are trying to provide a pleasant environment for people to recover in. I appreciate your comments on that.
Are you using, part of the building you're going to be using for this group home, and part of it will be your offices? Or
Yes.
someone else? You're using the entire building?
We have almost. Right now, as it stands, we have about 2,500 square feet only that is not designed out.
Okay.
So our administrative offices will be there upstairs. Our Cornerstone Counseling Center will be upstairs, which also provides additional support for the detox people. And then there's a little bit of space left that we might lease out to another organization.
Well, one of the things I think we have to consider a change of use is if there'll be like new problems that need to be mitigated, right? So I looked up your existing, and one of the public comments said, we can't have the same problems as we have at Brooklyn Avenue, which is your current detox, smaller facility. And I looked that up, and the newspaper article quoted Darren, who was the city council person, I think, for that neighborhood. And,
Darren Mano.
And Amy
Hawkins would be the
Yeah.
Ballpark Community Council
Right,
chair.
and they both said in the article that they really wanted it to stay a detox center because that doesn't cause any problems.
Yep.
They didn't want it to change to a resource center because that would be a different set of problems, but they both were like, this is not a problem property right now, so let's just leave it that way. So maybe we can anticipate that same kind of situation at this new facility for you. That's what I think.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, I'm open to a motion, or if we have further discussion. But I think
I'm looking for the sheet.
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
Based on the analysis and findings in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve conditional use application PLN PCM 2022-00019, conditional use for the Volunteers of America large group home, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report as follows. Number 1, compliance with all other city department conditions and requirements. And number 2, adoption of and adherence to the procedures and principles outlined in the management, security, and operations plan, including the narrative submitted by the VOA as part of this application.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion from Andra and a second from Amy. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Levi?
No.
Mike?
Yes.
Maureen?
Yes.
Andrew?
Yes.
Brenda?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Adrian?
Yes.
And Andreas?
I will vote yes.
Okay, that motion passes with 8 yeses and 1 no. So congratulations and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very
I can't even
much.
count anymore, so I appreciate you hanging on for the evening.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public hearing portion of our agenda, and I will let you know that the other business has been postponed.
Oh, good.
I don't know, do you want us to put on a presentation about policies and procedures for another hour?
Yeah, I will just say before I adjourn, will you communicate to Michaela if we could also include in this policy and procedures update looking at what we have, or the lack of what we have for decorum and in that section, because we don't have any real teeth. If we could just include that in this round, then we don't have to go back to it.
Okay.
Otherwise, what did I say?
Quorum or decorum?
Decorum.
Decorum.
No, decorum, how we act. Yeah. All right, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Get one of these, right? I am. I have a billion of them.